Chapter 13-14. Their first impression was that the spirit chi in the upper realm was extremely dense, even denser than the spirit chi in the whirlpool. Their eyes shone with excitement, and they couldn't help but want to cultivate first. At the same time, they were filled with curiosity about the upper realm and wanted to explore the outside world. Looking around, the buildings outside were similar to those in the middle realm. The only difference was that the upper realm's continent was not a complete continent. Instead, there were mountains floating in the void. Xiaoyang and the others were in the Ascension Pavilion, which belonged to the Ascension Mountain. The Ascension Mountain was half the size of the lower realm, and it was filled with people. Almost all of them had a cultivation base. It seemed that those in the upper realm were born as martial masters. This was not strange. First of all, the environment here was blessed by nature, and the people who gave birth to them were also top cultivators. Therefore, it was understandable that they would be ahead of most people the moment they were born. Xiaoyang, Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and the rest of King Wu's divine senses instantly swept across the surroundings, enveloping the entire Ascension Mountain. They gradually understood the upper realm from the discussions of the people on the Ascension Mountain. Arctic Gray Feather smiled domineeringly and said, "Look, this upper realm is much more impressive than our middle realm, lower realm, 8 mountains and seas, and 9 grotto heavens." This was because the Jigo sect's lower realm, the Xiao family's 9 grotto heavens, and Arcturus's 8 mountains and seas were all built on a complete continent. The upper realm was made up of huge mountains. Outside the mountains were clouds and mist, making it look like a fairyland. Coupled with the dense spirit chi, it really did look like the celestial realm. Xiaoyang said, "No matter where it is, I think that strength is respected. Since it's quiet now and there's still a lot of spirit chi, I think we should cultivate first. Otherwise, once this novelty wears off, I'm afraid we won't have the inspiration and motivation to cultivate." That makes sense. I think so too. That should be the case. Let's quickly take advantage of this novelty to cultivate. Everyone immediately agreed to Xiaoyang's suggestion. Many of them had the same thought, but they didn't say it out loud. They could only suppress their curiosity for now and enter the Ascension Pavilion again. They began to focus on cultivating. After cultivating for a day and a night, they had adapted to the surrounding spiritual energy. Their cultivations had made progress. Even if they continued to cultivate, the effects would not be great. Thus, everyone ended their cultivation and opened their eyes. Another round of congratulations ensued. They could clearly feel the improvement and sturdiness of their cultivation. Xiaoyang's cultivation had also improved a lot. He was just one step away from stepping into the 4th level of King Wu. Unfortunately, the opportunity had not come yet. However, he did not force it and left it to fate. Seniors, as far as I know, there are 2 major forces in the upper realm. One is a sect formed by the descendants of the disciples of the never-setting sun sect, called the Solar Sect. The other is the Dark Night Holy Land. The second-tier sects are the Lunar Sect and the Xian Sect. I'm thinking that once the news of our ascension is released, there will definitely be other sects fighting for us. What are your plans? Xiaoyang slowly asked the 2nd-level king, Wu mighty figures. They were all from the middle realm and had ascended together. There was some fate between them. It could be said that they were more or less half-friends. Therefore, even if they were to leave, they would make some agreements with each other so that they wouldn't ruin their relationship when they met. We're new here and aren't familiar with the upper realm. We really don't have any ideas at the moment. Xiaoyang, you're a genius and have done us a great favor. Why don't you tell us what you think? Yes, Xiaoyang, we'll listen to you. Many King Wu spoke up. Xiaoyang originally wanted to find Tai Fei and Tai Fingjiuet after everyone dispersed. He did not expect that so many seniors would be willing to listen to his suggestion. This made Xiaoyang stunned. If that was the case, then Xiaoyang would not leave here alone. He could not disappoint them. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyang said, I thought that each of you had your own ideas. Since you're willing to listen to my suggestion, I'm thinking that we should establish a force together. We'll all be members of a group. In the future, if there are any Middle Realm cultivators who ascend, we can invite them to join us. As for any problems that we might encounter, we'll face them together. Qian Guangqi and Arctic Gray Feather's eyes lit up and their hearts trembled. Old Master Xiao and Lin Shiyun also smiled, thinking that this was a good idea. After all, they had all just ascended to the upper realm and were not familiar with the upper realm. If they worked together, at least they would not be at a disadvantage. As such, they all expressed their opinions and said, "All right, Xiaoyang will do as you say. Let's establish a force." Many King Wu agreed. Of course, there were also 1 or 2 King Wu who remained silent. Perhaps they just wanted to explore the outside world and search for their own opportunities. They did not want to join any forces or groups. Xiaoyang did not force them. Xiaoyang said, "Since everyone agrees, then let's establish a force together. As for the seniors who have other things to do, I won't force them. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can ask for our help. After all, we've known each other for a while, and we're all from the Middle Realm. Thank you, Xiaoyang. Everyone, I don't want to join any forces at the moment. I just want to wander the world by myself. If I can find any opportunities, then it's a good thing. Even if I can't find any, it's fine. I'll take my leave first." After this King Wu with the surname Lu left, 2 other King Wu also left. Xiaoyang was not dissatisfied with this. He just calmly watched them leave and told them to take care. There were still 11 King Wu left. Xiaoyang said, "Those who haven't left are those who want to form a force. Since everyone is so enthusiastic about this, let's give the force a name first." Arctic Gray Feather grinned and said, "How about Arcturus? That's quite a domineering name." Many King Wu snorted and scolded jokingly Arctic Gray Feather. Who doesn't know that you have a sect in the Middle Realm called Arcturus? Do you want to make your name known to the upper realm? Qian Guangqi said, "My Jigo sect's reputation is not bad either." Many people curled their lips and rolled their eyes. Xiaoyang looked at them arguing over a name and smiled. "How about this? Let's write the name on a piece of paper and hide it temporarily so that no one can see it. Then we'll draw a lot by catching turtles and use the name of whoever we draw. Okay." Everyone's eyes lit up again, thinking that this was a good idea. Chapter 13:15. Therefore, each of them took out a piece of white paper, wrote down the name of their group, and then sealed it with their cultivation base. In this way, even if others had divine senses, they wouldn't be able to detect it. For the sake of fairness, Xiaoyang also thought of a name, which was the Wu sect. After writing the name, he also used his cultivation base to seal it so that no one could see it for the time being. Is everyone done writing? Then let's release it. Xiaoyang shouted and used his cultivation base to control the paper with the sealed handwriting to float in the air. When the others saw this, they did the same. Then Xiaoyang handed over Xiaohua and asked Xiaohua to wrap the paper. Xiaohua released endless flames, which instantly included the paper. Because Xiaohua could control the flames, it didn't burn the paper. Who's going to catch the turtle next? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Arctic Gray Feather said domineeringly, "Why don't I do it?" Qian Guangqi said with a smile, "I think it might be better if I draw." The other king, who also joined in the competition, Lin Shiyun, said, "Look at you guys, you're all fighting like this. Obviously, there won't be a result. Xiaoyang, you must have a good idea. Tell us about it." Everyone's eyes fell on Xiaoyang again. Xiaoyang said, "How about this? Since Xiaohua is mine, in order to prevent cheating, I will withdraw from this competition. You guys can play rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors. The winner can catch the turtle." Okay, we agree. Many second-tier King Wu powerhouses laughed and began to play rock, paper, scissors. If this scene was seen by a cultivator in the midstream realm, they would laugh their heads off. This was a game for kids. Rock, paper, scissors. As they shouted, they threw punches at him. Soon the result was out. In the end, Arctic Gray Feather won. He laughed and said rudely, "See, I said the opportunity is mine. I'll catch the turtle." Xiao Yang nodded and separated several balls of heavenly fire to float in front of Arctic Gray Feather in a line. Arctic Gray Feather quickly made up his mind. He pointed at the third ball of skyfire and laughed heartily. "Let's go with this. This is definitely the Arcturus that I wrote, haha." In front of everyone, he looked quite unsightly, and there was unwillingness in his eyes. "All right, Little Flame, remove your third flame." Lil Flame obediently retracted the flame, revealing the paper inside. Then he stuck his head out to take a look. He was also interested in this matter. That's not right. Why isn't this paper written by me?" He immediately realized that this was not the paper he had written on before. This was because they could sense the paper through their cultivation auras. Old Master Xiao laughed and said excitedly, "This is my paper if I'm not wrong." Actually, he wasn't too sure. Before the results were revealed, all kinds of accidents could happen. Haha, the other martial kings laughed out loud. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they looked at Arctic Gray Plume with amusement. This made Arctic Gray Feather raise his eyebrows, feeling a little awkward. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Open the paper and take a look, Senior Arctic." Humph. Arctic Gray Feather was a little dissatisfied with these people's attitude. He snorted and opened the paper. The other king Wu also stuck their heads out, wanting to see what was going on. The words Northern Lights were written on the paper. Northern Lights. Arctic Gray Feather opened his eyes wide and was a little stunned. Then he complained, "This name sounds a little old-fashioned." Qian Guangqi smiled and said, "I think this name is very good." Xiao Yang decided and said, "Whether the name is good or bad, it's the result of everyone's hard work. From now on, our organization will be called Northern Lights." They were also very excited, as if they had suddenly found a sense of belonging. "Then let's decide on a boss. I see that none of you are willing to submit to each other. Why don't we continue to play rock, paper, scissors?" Xiao Yang asked. Arctic Gray Feather said, "In my opinion, Xiao Yang, you should be the boss directly. Your strength is beyond doubt. In this world, the strong are respected." No one had any objections. Xiao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, he didn't want to be the boss. However, it was difficult to refuse such kindness. He couldn't refuse, so he simply agreed and said, "Okay, then I'll be the boss of Northern Lights for the time being. In the future, I'll see who is suitable and let you see." Next, what I want to say is that the goal of our group is to focus on cultivation. I think everyone has no objections to this, right? Xiao Yang asked. Everyone nodded. They had been cultivating for at least 100 years. Of course, cultivation was their priority. In this case, we have to look for resources and opportunities. Tell me, what do you think about the next step? Xiao Yang said softly. Arctic Gray Feather joked. In my opinion, we should just snatch territory, people, and resources. No one took his words seriously. Xiao Yang said, many upper realm powerhouses are resisting the invasion of the demon realm. If we cause trouble here, it will go against the heavenly Tao. It's not appropriate. Arctic Gray Feather raised his eyebrows and asked, Then tell me, what good idea do you have? Xiao Yang said, I'm thinking that we can cooperate with those sects and help them solve their problems. Then they'll pay with resources. Everyone's eyes lit up again. They felt that this was a good idea. And so this simple plan was decided. Everything was to focus on cultivation and increase their strength as much as possible. Then they would earn as much resources as possible. Let's go, we should leave. Xiao Yang led them out of the Ascension Pavilion. When Lulu and King Wu left the Ascension Pavilion, it had already alarmed many cultivators of the Ascension Mountain. Those cultivators were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it and felt that it was inconceivable, because they hadn't seen anyone ascend to the middle realm in hundreds of years. There were also disciples of the Dark Night, Holy Land in the Ascension Mountain. They immediately went up and asked Lulu and King Wu about their situation. After Lulu and the others told them frankly, the Dark Night, Holy Land immediately offered them a generous price to recruit them. Lulu declined. He liked to be alone and was already used to it. However, the few King Wu who left later agreed to their conditions and were willing to go to the Dark Night, Holy Land. Although this matter ended very quickly, it caused a huge commotion. The news of the Middle Realm cultivators ascending instantly blew up the entire Ascension Mountain. With the Ascension Mountain as the starting point, the news spread in all directions. In an instant, all the sects and guilds acted. They all sent representatives of their own forces to the Ascension Mountain to recruit these ascended cultivators. The Ascension Mountain was about half the size of the lower realm. If one stood at the highest point and looked around, they would see the mountain peaks glowing with light. Those lights were like rainbows piercing through the sun, heading towards the Ascension Mountain. Although Lulu rejected the Dark Night, Holy Land's invitation, he didn't immediately leave the Ascension Mountain. He stayed here. Many sects and forces representatives immediately came to find him. Chapter 13:16. It was nothing more than expressing their intention to recruit him and offering a high price. Unfortunately, he was still rejected. However, Lulu did reveal that there were more than 10 middle-level cultivators in the Ascension Pavilion who had ascended. As soon as this news was released, it was like an explosion. All the sect representatives were excited. After expressing their gratitude to Lulu, they immediately flew to the Ascension Pavilion. At the same time, more local cultivators knew that Xiaoyang and the others had ascended. They also, curiously, gathered in the direction of the Ascension Pavilion, wanting to see what was going on. In an instant, almost all the cultivators of the Ascension Mountain gathered near the Ascension Pavilion. Some cultivators who couldn't squeeze in directly released their divine senses and paid close attention to the Ascension Pavilion. Therefore, when Xiaoyang, Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyan, and the other king Wu walked out of the Ascension Pavilion, they immediately saw a sea of people. These upper-level local cultivators had come specifically for them. Why are there so many people? Look at their eyes. They seem to be very curious. Are we that famous? We just came up. We're not famous yet. Arctic Gray Feather, Lin Shiyan, Qian Guangqi, and the other king Wu asked in confusion. Looking at the attitude of these local cultivators, it seemed like they all knew them. In fact, the onlookers were also very shocked. They widened their eyes. They hadn't seen any cultivators ascending for hundreds of years. Now that they saw more than 10 of them, it was too unbelievable. They were completely shocked. If they could bring these ascenders back to their sects, it would definitely be a great merit. Just as Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the other King Wu were stunned. The representatives of the Dark Night Sacred Land, Xian Sect, Taiyin Sect, Taiyang Sect, and other sects and guilds walked up with smiles and said politely, "Fellow cultivators who ascended from the middle level, congratulations on ascending. We represent the upper level to warmly welcome you. I'm Lu Ruyang, a disciple of the Apollo sect. I sincerely invite you to stay in the Apollo sect. We've already prepared everything you need." The modest gentleman, L.V. Ruyang, issued a sincere invitation. This was a smart person. He didn't mention the matter of roping him in, but directly invited him over as a guest. The first impression he gave was very good. He was warm and hospitable. Actually, this was also his little plan. As long as he could bring these ascended people to the extreme Yang sect, then the other sects and clans wouldn't be interested in them. Then he would show enough sincerity to the extreme Yang sect, which would definitely move the ascended people. In short, the first step was successful. Even if the later steps failed, it didn't matter. As the saying went, even if business didn't work out, friendship still existed. The two sides could be considered to have established a relationship. Xian sect, Taiying sect, and Dark Night Sacred Lands expressions changed when they heard LV Ryong's words. They were afraid that Xiao Yang, Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, and the other second-level Kingwu cultivators would be snatched away. They hurriedly smiled and invited them, changing the words they had prepared. Fellow cultivators, there's also an inn in the Ascension Mountain. Why don't you come to my inn first to welcome you? It was a bit unrealistic to bring people back to the sect all at once. However, if they followed the principle of bringing people to the inn, it would be much easier. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Xiao, and the other Kingwu cultivators' gazes fell on Xiaoyang, waiting for Xiaoyang to speak. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Please lead the way. It just so happens that we also want to taste the exclusive food of the Upper Realm." LV Ruyang laughed loudly, attracting everyone's attention. He hurriedly said, Of course. Our Taiyang sect has a Taiyang inn in the Ascension Mountain. This is the top inn in the Ascension Mountain. There's no other inn like it. Senior, please." He led the way in front and let his junior brothers lead the way. It seemed that the rhythm and situation were under his control. This made the representatives of the Dark Night Sacred Land, Taiying sect, and Xian sect very unhappy. The reason was simple. They were the ones who came up with this idea, but now it was being snatched away by LV Ruyang. However, they couldn't blame others at this time. Putting aside the fact that the Taiyang sect was powerful, it would be terrible if they lost their composure in front of Xiaoyang and the others. They could only accompany them and enter the Taiyang inn. Although LV Ruyang wanted to monopolize the resources and snatch away Xiaoyang and the others for the sake of elegance and impression, he couldn't directly drive away the representatives of the other sections. He could only generously express his welcome. At the table, everyone drank enthusiastically. None of them talked about serious matters. They just talked nonsense and talked about interesting things. Generally, Xiaoyang, Qian Guangqi, and the others listened more and spoke less. After all, they didn't know as much as the local cultivators. After eating and drinking, they began to talk about serious matters. The representatives of the Taiyang sect, Xian sect, Taiying sect, Dark Night Sacred Land, and other sects also tactfully sent out invitations, hoping that Xiaoyang and the others could go sightseeing or spar with their sections. Xiaoyang naturally knew what they were thinking. He said, "Everyone, I'm grateful for your hospitality. Also, I already know why you're here. How about this? There's plenty of time tonight. Come and have tea with me one by one. I, Xiaoyang, am very happy to make friends with you." LV Ruyang and the others' eyes lit up. They agreed and left the banquet, preparing to go back to their rooms to wash up and rest. Xiaoyang and the others also left the banquet and went back to their rooms. In the room, Qian Guangqi and the others gathered. Arctic Gray Feather said with a smile, "It seems that we have a good start. Next, let's see how Xiaoyang talks with them." Xiaoyang said, "What else can we talk about? Of course, it's through cooperation. We don't belong to any sect. We only belong to the Northern Light sect. However, we can help them solve their problems in exchange for resources. As for what resources you need, you can tell me when the time comes." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. They felt that this method was quite good. They were all powerful people in the Middle Realm. If they joined an Upper Realm sect, they would be greatly restricted. They didn't want to be restricted. Not long after, someone came to visit. The first to arrive was LV Ruyang and the other representatives of the Taiyang sect. After knocking on the door and entering, they sat opposite Xiaoyang. They were ready to talk. Xiaoyang said with a smile, "I know about the Taiyang sect. I also know Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue. I met them at the Tsangming Peak in the Outer Realm. So, fellow Liu, I'm completely on your side." LV Ruyang's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "So, fellow Xiao, are you all willing to follow me back to the Taiyang sect?" His heart trembled with excitement. His eyes were filled with anticipation, and his hands subconsciously tightened. Chapter 13:17. After all, Xiaoyang had this relationship with the solar sect. He probably chose the solar sect. That way, it would be easier to do things with someone above him. However, just as he thought about it, he heard Xiaoyang say, "Brother Lu, let's put it this way. If your solar sect has any dangerous missions or missions that you can't complete, we can help you with them. You just need to pay some cultivation resources." In other words, the Northern Lights is willing to form a partnership with your solar sect. Look at our lineup. All of them are at least at the second level of Kingwu. Not to mention, I have a high-level heavenly fire. What? High-level heavenly fire? Lu Riang's eyes widened in shock. He knew a little about the Songming Peak. However, his cultivation was too low, so he couldn't go there with the other King Wu powerhouses. After that, he learned about some of the participants. Only Zhao Hong, Wu Yang, and a few others had obtained mid-level heavenly fire. He had never heard of anyone else obtaining a high-level heavenly fire, not even big shots like Tai Fingjue and Tai Fei. However, he didn't expect Xiaoyang, who came from the mid-level, to obtain a high-level heavenly fire. This was enough to shock him. No wonder Xiaoyang said he knew Tai Fingjue and Tai Fei. At this point, LV Ruyang also knew the result of the negotiation. He agreed and said, "Fellow Taoists, I, LV Ruyang, am honored to have met all of you. Since that's the case, I'll pass on your message." After Lu Ruyang left, the representatives of the Dark Night, Sacred Land, Xian sect, Taiyin sect, and other sects came in one after another. Xiaoyang repeated his promise to Lu Ruyang, expressing their partnership. This made the eyes of the Dark Night, Sacred Land, Xian sect, and other sects brighten. Although they couldn't rope in Xiaoyang and the others to join their sects, at least they got the goodwill of Xiaoyang and the others. Although they were powerful upper-level forces, they still had many problems they couldn't solve. Just like that, the Northern Lights group's reputation had spread. Next, it would depend on the performance of the other sections. After sending them off, Xiaoyang looked at everyone with a smile and said, "I think we definitely won't lack missions. When the time comes, we'll have to work hard together. After we earn enough resources, we'll divide them equally and try to improve our cultivation together." Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyin, Old Master Shao, and the others all smiled. At the very least, this was a good start and progress. They only stayed for one night. The next day, someone came looking for them. The first to arrive was the Extreme Yang sect. Among them, Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue personally visited. "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I didn't think that we would meet so soon." Both of them were very happy. They looked at Xiaoyang excitedly as if they were looking at an old friend. It had only been a month since they last saw each other at Songming Peak. They thought that Xiaoyang would take some time to break the seal. They didn't think that it would be so fast. Xiaoyang cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Seniors, you're here. I, Xiaoyang, promised you before, so I naturally have to fulfill my promise and be a man of my word. How is it? This time you came personally. Do you have some difficult missions for us to solve?" "Don't worry, our group, the Northern Lights, is here to help you solve those difficult missions." Xiaoyang hurriedly tried to attract business for himself. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they were the leaders of the Extreme Yang sect, they also had all kinds of difficulties. For example, personal cultivation difficulties, the development of their sect difficulties, and invasion of the demon realm. There were too many problems. Tai Fingjue thought for a moment and said, "Xiaoyang, since you've said so, we won't be polite. Our Extreme Yang sect guards the east of the Upper Realm and is in charge of the eastern battlefield. Currently, Mount Wui has been invaded by the demon realm. Our Extreme Yang sect has paid a heavy price, but still couldn't recover the lost land. So, if it's possible, our Extreme Yang sect is willing to ask you to help. As long as you can recover the lost land, everything is negotiable. If you can't, then your death will be in vain. In the war against the demon realm, it was win or die. It was not a game. Okay, this business is not bad. I'll take it, but you have to see our price. Don't worry, we won't give a random price. Xiao Yang shouted, then looked at everyone and said, "What are you lacking right now? Report it to the two friends. As for whether they can give it, that's another matter." Arctic Gray Feather, Lin Shiyun, Old Master Xiao, Qian Guangqi, and the others didn't hesitate at all. They immediately recorded the resources they needed on a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang collected the jade slips and asked, "Friends, the situation of Mount Wui, such as the environment, the defense of the demon realm, etc., can you tell me in detail?" Yes. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue recorded the information they learned on a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang reached out and took the jade slip they handed over. He also handed over his own jade slip. Both sides looked at the jade slip in silence. After a while, Xiao Yang said, "I need a month's time. What do you think?" Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue exchanged a glance and said, "No problem. If you complete it within a month, we'll work together to give you the resources you need. If you exceed the time limit, we'll reduce the amount of resources and even cancel the mission." Happy cooperation, Xiao Yang said excitedly. The first business deal was done. Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and the others were also very excited. After sending off the people of the Solar Sect, the representatives of the Xian Sect, the Lunar Sect, the Dark Night Sacred Land, and the other sects came to talk to Xiao Yang one after another. Xiao Yang greeted them warmly and learned about their requirements and missions in detail. At the same time, he also reported his own price. 7 or 8 business deals were done in a short time. As for the missions that weren't completed, some sects and factions took a wait-and-see attitude. They were skeptical about the ability of Xiao Yang and the others, and some couldn't agree on the price. These 7 or 8 business deals all had a time limit. So Xiao Yang and the others also began to feel anxious. Xiao Yang said, "Let's go to Mount Wui first and help the Solar Sect deal with the demons. We'll talk about it after we reclaim the lost land." This was a battle-type mission. The other missions included alchemy, artifact forging, and cultivation guidance. There were so many other missions. However, among the many missions, only the battle-type missions could make Northern Lights famous in the shortest amount of time, letting everyone know about it and trust it. After getting the map from Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue, Xiao Yang and the others immediately set off. After sitting on the flying ship, the group flew toward Mount Wui. They were all full of fighting spirit and energy. Chapter 1318. Flying in the air, one could see the topography of the upper realm. There were almost no complete continents in the upper realm. All of the scattered continents were floating mountains. However, these mountains were extremely large and could accommodate several countries, not to mention the number of sections. Every mountain was shrouded in mist, and the spiritual energy was abundant. On the flying ship, Xiao Yang tried to boost morale. "This is our first mission, so we have to show our strength. According to the information we have, Mount Wui is currently under the control of a level 5 king, Wu Magnate. In addition, they have also set up a demonic defensive formation, and many demons are defending it to the death. The extreme Yang sect suffered heavy losses because they weren't proficient in demonic formations. Moreover, the demons aren't afraid of death. Even if they die, they will drag the human race down with them. That's why the extreme Yang sect is wary of them and is willing to hand this hot potato over to us." Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, Lin Shiyun, and Old Master Xiao listened attentively. After listening to Xiao Yang's explanation, they all fell silent. It seemed that this mission wasn't easy. Similarly, the harder the mission, the higher the stakes they could raise. "Now, I want to hear your opinions on how to take down Mount Wui." After asking this question, Xiao Yang displayed the contents of the jade slip in his hand. It was a very detailed map of Mount Wui. Every mountain and river could be seen clearly. There was also a simple defensive layout map. This was a map that the extreme Yang sect had paid a heavy price for and sacrificed many lives. Arctic, Grey Feather, Qian Guangqi, and Old Master Shao could see the strangeness of the map at a glance. They were also the leaders of famous forces in the Middle Realm, so it wasn't strange that they could see through it. On the other hand, the other level 2 King Wu powerhouses remained silent. They only expressed that they were willing to follow orders and attack wherever they were directed. Arctic Grey Feather and the others voiced their doubts. After Xiaoyang finished listening, he chuckled and praised them, saying, "As expected of a leader, you can see the problem at a glance. I've been wondering why the demon race would set up such a defense. It's like they're guarding 3 sides and leaving one side empty. Looking at this kind of defense, if they wanted to attack, they would definitely choose the weaker side to attack. However, they did so. The solar sect lost a lot of people. So, I think the demon race must have other backup plans. For example, they have King Wu, a rank 5 magnate. What? When everyone heard Xiaoyang's analysis, they were all shocked and in disbelief. If Mount Wui had 2 5th Order Martial King Realm experts, then it would be difficult to deal with them. The difficulty level would be hell. One had to know that the highest cultivation level among them was King Wu, level 3, and there were about 10 of them. There were countless demons in Mount Wui, and there was no lack of high-end combat power. What could they use to fight them? Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and looked at their serious faces. He comforted them. "Don't worry, it's not like we don't have a solution." "Xiaoyang, what solution do you have?" Everyone's gaze fell on Xiaoyang once again. Xiaoyang smiled confidently, saying, "Let's go there and see the situation first." After flying for a day, they finally arrived at the battlefield around Mount Wui. The air around Mount Wui was filled with the pungent smell of blood. On Mount Wui, demons were gnawing on human corpses. The landscape was no longer complete, and there were huge holes everywhere. Xiaoyang and the others could tell at a glance that this was the result of a fierce battle. "Friends, are you here to fight against the demon race's reinforcements?" Xiaoyang and the others observed the situation in Mount Wui from the air. Not long after, a human flew up and asked respectfully, "That's right, we're from the Northern Lights. We promised your solar sect to help you take back Mount Wui. You can leave the battlefield for now. Also, it's best if you provide us with your information." Xiaoyang said calmly. This person in charge of the Wui Mountain battlefield didn't hesitate at all. He immediately reported the recent movements of the demons to Xiaoyang. Then, after congratulating him, he flew down and retreated with the disciples of the Solar School. Obviously, before Xiaoyang and the others arrived, they had received a message from the extreme Yang sect. Once again, Xiaoyang shared the information he had with everyone. Then, they analyzed the information and data that they had just collected. In the end, they all came to the same conclusion. There were actually 2 5th Order Martial Kings guarding Mount Wui. One was in the open, and the other was in the dark. The extreme Yang sect had failed repeatedly, probably because they had misjudged the opponent's strength. In addition, the demon race's formation on Mount Wui was also very powerful, comparable to a level 5 King Wu, level 5 Magnate, level 5 defense. No wonder the extreme Yang sect suffered such heavy losses. After gaining a rough understanding of Mount Wui's defenses and combat strength, Xiaoyang asked, "How is it?" Now that everyone knows the basic situation, has anyone thought of any good ideas? If you don't have a better suggestion, then everything will be up to me. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Grey Feather, and Old Master Shao were all frowning as they racked their brains, trying to think of a feasible and effective way to reduce the number of casualties. But after thinking for a long time, they still had no clue. The 2 Type 5 King Wu magnates were simply too strong. With the pressure of mountains on their heads, they could not even breathe properly. Not to mention, there was also the demon race's defensive formation, which was impenetrable. The enemy is too strong. I really can't think of a better way. Xiaoyang, if you have a way, tell us. If there is hope, we will try our best. These words were a little tactful. In other words, if there was no hope, they did not want to die with him. Xiaoyang naturally understood the hidden meaning. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Xiaoyang is young, but I know the severity of the situation. I won't let any of you get hurt. Since you don't have any ideas, then let me tell you my plan." Everyone listened attentively. Xiaoyang said seriously, "This demon race's defensive formation is very strong for humans. It's almost impossible to break. But for me, it's a piece of cake. So, leave it to me to break the demon race's defensive formation." Everyone nodded. Many of them knew about Xiaoyang's attainments in formations. It was not an exaggeration. After breaking the formation, the strongest force of the demon race will be the two Type 5 magnates of King Wu. One of them can be dealt with by the high-level Sky Flame, who is on par with a Type 5 King Wu. The other king will be left to me. But I want to say that I can only delay him. I probably can't defeat him. I can only buy time for you. Everyone's expression turned serious again, because Xiaoyang alone took on 70 to 80% of the enemy's firepower. Chapter 1319. Even so, 20 to 30% of the enemy's firepower was not to be underestimated. This was because there were King Wu 4th Order and King Wu 3rd Order existences there, although there were not many of them, and most of them were Wu Zun 9th Order demons, for Old Master Shao, Arctic Grey Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others. This was an insurmountable gap. Arctic Grey Feather, who had always been domineering, said, "According to the information, they have King Wu 4th Order, King Wu 3rd Order, King Wu 2nd Order, King Wu, and Wu Zun 3rd Order. There are quite a few of us who are King Wu 2nd Order existences, and we have no chance of winning." Everyone immediately recognized this reality. Xiaoyang frowned and said, "I have also thought about this problem, and I do have a way, but I don't know if you are willing to accept it." "Tell us about it." Xiaoyang said, "I can refine a kind of pill called the explosive pill. After you take it, your cultivation will immediately be promoted to King Wu 3rd Order, but the effect will only last for half an hour. In addition, I will also teach you a set of joint attack formations. When you join forces, the explosive power is comparable to King Wu 5th Order. In that case, there will be some chance of winning, but not much." Everyone fell silent. Arctic Grey Feather regained his high-spirited appearance and said with a laugh, "Then what are we waiting for? It's better than having no hope at all. Let's do it." Everyone regained a lot of their fighting spirit. Xiaoyang said, "Some materials are needed to refine the explosive pill. The materials I have here are not complete, so..." Qian Guangqi laughed and said, "I will give all the materials I have here to you. If you need any more materials, I will find them for you. I think 1 month is enough." Arctic Grey Feather and the others also handed the materials in their hands to Xiaoyang. "Thank you, I will do my best." After collecting these materials, Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. 99% of the materials were collected. After counting carefully, he found that there was still one material missing, and he could not help but ponder. At this moment, a divine sense swept over and quickly locked onto Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang felt that this divine sense was somewhat familiar, and then he heard a voice. "Brother Xiaoyang, is that you?" "I am Wu Yang. Do you still remember me? I know that you have come to the upper realm. I miss you." Xiaoyang smiled and got up. He walked out of the airship and greeted a familiar figure outside. It was Wu Yang. "Fellow Taoist Wu Yang, you're here." Xiaoyang greeted Wu Yang. Wu Yang laughed and said excitedly, "Brother Xiaoyang, it really is you. This is great. I finally see you again. Last time at the Cangming Peak, you saved me and helped me get the mid-level heavenly fire. This made me very prestigious in the extreme Yang sect. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet." After saying this, he excitedly flew onto the flying ship. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me. I am just missing a set of materials." Help me find them and see if there are any." Thus, Xiaoyang recorded the shape and nature of the materials in a jade slip and handed it to Wu Yang. Wu Yang took a look and said happily, "Brother Xiaoyang, isn't this a sun crystal?" There must be." Then he straightforwardly handed the storage ring in his hand to Xiaoyang and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaoyang, I have a lot of materials in this storage ring. If you like them, you can take them all. Also, I have a lot of property at Sun Mountain. I will give it to you later." Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he saved Wu Yang did say that he would give his property to Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang didn't take it seriously. Besides, Xiaoyang couldn't do something like snatching someone else's property. Xiaoyang said helplessly, "Friend Wu Yang, you are too polite. Forget about your property, I won't take it. Also, I just need a set of materials. Your sun crystal is enough." He took the sun crystal from Wu Yang's storage ring. Then he returned the storage ring to Wu Yang intact. Wu Yang laughed awkwardly. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't have any subordinates, he could only say, "Okay, I will keep it for you. You can take it whenever you want. By the way, Brother Xiaoyang, are you really going to take back Mount Wui? Let me tell you, this is not an easy task. You don't know how many people our extreme Yang sect has lost." Wu Yang tried to persuade Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang would give up. After all, it was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could die here. Xiaoyang naturally understood his good intentions. He smiled and said, "Okay, friend Wu Yang, I have to go." He was very determined. Wu Yang could only watch Xiaoyang enter the cabin of the airship. Then, he helplessly left the airship. Even further away, the extreme Yang sect disciples were observing the airship. When they saw Wu Yang leave, someone immediately went up and asked, "Senior Brother Wu Yang, what's the situation inside? Are they really going to attack Mount Wui? That's too bold. We lost so many people and still can't do anything to Mount Wui." Wu Yang didn't have confidence in Xiaoyang and the others. However, he didn't want to be pessimistic. He immediately said, "Don't worry, Brother Xiaoyang will definitely have a way." He even fought against the void, devourers, and demons at the Sangming Peak. Hiss! The extreme Yang sect disciples gasped in disbelief. "Is it true? Senior Xiaoyang is so fierce?" Wu Yang snorted and said, "Why would I lie to you? Really?" Then he swaggered out of here. After all, he couldn't help much even if he stayed. Wu Yang quickly came to a nearby mountain and met with Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue again. He then reported what happened just now. Tai Fei said, "Xiaoyang is a steady person. He didn't retreat after understanding the situation. Instead, he wants to prepare for battle. It seems that he is confident." Tai Fingjue said, "Then let him try." Wu Yang hesitated and said, "Elder Fingjue, I'm sorry. Are we really going to let Brother Xiaoyang die? I can't just watch them die. You don't have the right to speak here." Tai Fei suddenly roared and released a powerful aura. The aura crushed Wu Yang's body. Wu Yang's face turned pale, and he almost knelt on the ground. Tai Fingjue explained, "Xiaoyang wants to rise in the upper realm and gain a foothold. This isn't something that can be done by talking. He needs to show strength. We're not trying to harm him. We just want him to recognize reality. If he really succeeds, then it's something worth celebrating. It's okay if he fails. We won't just watch Xiaoyang and the others die. If we can use this opportunity to recruit them, then that's the best." Chapter 1320. Wu Yang immediately let out a sigh of relief as he said, "Thank you, Elder, Peak Leader." Tai Fei waved his hand and dismissed Wu Yang. Tai Fingjue thought for a moment. "Say, how do you think Xiaoyang will take back Mount Wui?" "I don't know either. Let's wait and see." Tai Fei stared blankly at Xiaoyang's airship. The demons on Mount Wui also sensed the arrival of Xiaoyang's group. However, they weren't nervous at all. Instead, they looked forward to it. Their eyes glinted with bloodlust as they laughed savagely. "Kiki, I smell the fresh blood of the humans again. This time, the quality of the humans is much higher. Come, come, let them come. I'm not full yet. If I can eat more, I'll be able to break through this time. Kiki! This time, you damn demons are not allowed to fight with me. Otherwise, I'll kill you all right now. Kiki! When the Dark Night, Sacred Ground, Xian sect, Tayin sect, and other sects learned that Xiaoyang and the others were going to deal with Mount Wui, they were all very curious. In order to see Xiaoyang and the others in action, they specially sent representatives to observe. First, they wanted to see the true strength of Xiaoyang's group so that they could work together. Second, they were also curious about how Xiaoyang's group had taken Mount Wui. After all, Mount Wui had already swallowed up too many Solar Sect disciples. However, after a few days, Xiaoyang and the others did not take any action. This made many people who were watching start to doubt their actions. Xiaoyang's group didn't care about what others said. Xiaoyang took the last set of materials from Wu Yang's hands and immediately entered a state of pill refining. He needed to refine the explosive pill as soon as possible. Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shurian, and the others began to comprehend the joint attack formation. They worked together and merged their minds, trying to condense everyone's cultivation into one point. After 7 days of practice, they had already reached the point of mastery through a comprehensive study. Just as Xiaoyang had said, the combined attack formation's power had indeed risen to a whole new level. Xiaoyang didn't let everyone down and successfully refined the explosion pill. Everyone's first stage of preparation could be considered to have been successfully completed. Fellow Taoists, we have been preparing for several days. Now that the preparations are complete, it is time for us to go all out. Xiaoyang gathered them for an impromptu meeting and made the decision to attack. Listen to the voices outside. Those people were originally full of confidence in us, but now they are starting to doubt our strength. Even the disciples of the extreme Yang sect are suspicious. We should give them a big surprise. Xiaoyang tried to boost morale. Arctic Gray Feather, on the other hand, was very optimistic. He said domineeringly, "Yes, it's fine if you don't make a sound, but once you make a move, you'll shock them and make their eyes pop out." After receiving the outburst pills, the group walked out of the airship. Xiaoyang put away the airship and led the second stage King Wu cultivators toward Mount Wui. Many people who came to watch the show immediately noticed Xiaoyang and the others' movements. They all exclaimed and began to discuss. The disciples of the extreme Yang sect, who were originally in charge of this battle line, all came out of their tents and caves. They all used their movement techniques and floated in the air, staring at Mount Wui. Wu Yang was also alarmed. Whether Xiaoyang lived or died depended on this battle. He was a little nervous and uneasy. Although Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue had promised not to let them die, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. Everything was hard to say. The representatives of the Dark Night, Sacred Ground, Xian sect, Tayin sect, and other sects also flew into the air and watched curiously. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue hid in a higher place with calm expressions. The many demons of Mount Wui could no longer sit still because of the ceasefire that had lasted for several days. All of them were releasing their killing intent and fighting spirit. They couldn't wait to fight. Many of them were in favor of continuing the attack. There was no doubt that if Xiaoyang and the others didn't attack, they would attack first. It was also at this moment that the expression of a demon in charge of surveillance changed drastically. He shouted, "Report! The enemy has appeared! The enemy has appeared! All lines of defense!" Following the demon's voice, the many demons on Mount Wui were immediately alarmed. They who were originally sharpening their weapons suddenly became excited and agitated. "Kiki, good. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If these humans don't come, I'll starve to death. These are all my prey. You're not allowed to take them." The demons of Mount Wui all moved out. For a moment, demonic chi rolled and surged into the sky. At the same time, a black defensive light shield appeared on Mount Ui, floating in the air. This defensive light shield was completely formed by demonic qi. Just this defensive formation alone had caused countless disciples of the extreme Yang sect to fall into the sand. Weak humans have a taste of our demonic formation first. Kiki, these lowly humans definitely can't break our demonic formation. Do you want to bet on how long it will take for them to retreat? Do you want to release the defensive formation so that they can step into Mount Ui? We can catch them all in one fell swoop. Many demons made shocking comments and quickly communicated. At the same time, the humans watching from the sidelines were also extremely nervous, especially the solar sect disciples. The black defensive light shield on Mount Ui was like a demon's scythe, reaping the lives of many of their fellow disciples. They said suspiciously, "Can Xiaoyang and the others break that damned demonic formation? That formation is difficult for many people. Let's just wait and see." On the battlefield, Xiaoyang said, "Everything will be according to the deduction. I'll go first." He immediately broke away from the group and walked up to Mount Wui alone. He observed the movements of the Wui demons at close range, as well as the demonic array formation. He'd learned about this demonic formation before. It wasn't difficult to break it. "Xiaohua, I need your help. Come out." Xiaoyang shouted, and Xiaohua instantly appeared. Then, Xiaoyang released his consciousness and controlled Xiaohua to split into 10 balls of high-level skyfire, which instantly rushed toward the formation eyes of the demonic formation. When the devils saw this scene, they turned pale with fright and disbelief, because the formation eyes Xiaoyang had chosen weren't bad at all. "Hiss, this human is so powerful. His eyes are like torches. Speak, is there a spy among the demons? Otherwise, how could this human know about these 10 hidden formation eyes? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up with the defense. Once the formation is broken, everyone charge." The demons quickly communicated with one another and gave out orders in an orderly manner. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 13:21. There was a huge explosion. The 10 balls of flames released by the high-grade skyfire hit the eye of the demon defense formation. With the shocking explosion, the originally indestructible demon defense formation trembled. Then, the black light dimmed and the demon chi weakened. Finally, it exploded with a bang. It was an extremely shocking and beautiful scene. Because Mount Wui was not small, it was 100,000 miles in size. The black defense formation was like a bright circle, attracting everyone's attention. When the circle exploded, all the humans on the sidelines jumped up in excitement. Their blood boiled, their eyes were filled with excitement, and they even cheered proudly. The demons on Mount Wui were all scared out of their wits. The originally indestructible defensive array formation was actually broken so easily. They thought that it would last for a few days. Cheer up, everyone, charge. These are all flesh and blood delivered to your doorstep. They're your nourishment. Do you want to increase your demonic power? Show it with your actions. The demon commander shouted, instantly inspiring the other demons. "Kill, hee. Humans, I like it. My mind, don't take it from me." The demons on Mount Wui were so excited that they unleashed their demonic power and charged forward. "Little flame, burn. Send these evil and cruel demons to hell." Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. As he shouted, little flames, 10 balls of flames exploded and spread across the entire Mount Wui, sweeping across 100,000 miles. All the demons below King Wu's level were reduced to ashes in an instant. This was because the high-grade skyfire was the demon race's nemesis. Demons above King Wu's level still had some tricks up their sleeves. Roar! An enraged roar was heard. The lethality of the high-grade skyfire was so great that it killed so many demon sons and demon grandsons at once. This enraged a true demon overlord, following which a terrifying aura that was not inferior to that of a high-level heavenly fire was released, directly attacking the flames of the high-level heavenly fire. In an instant, many of the flames were extinguished, allowing the King Wu-level demons who were in imminent danger to survive. Otherwise, they would have been burned to death by the high-level heavenly fire. The high-grade heaven flame shrank its flame and condensed into a human-shaped flaming man. It stared at the magnate and started to attack ferociously. Xiaoyang also knew this big shot from the Devil World. It was none other than Wu Fa. They had also fought on Firmament Peak in the Outer Realm. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Wu Fa snorted coldly and hurriedly attacked the high-level heavenly flame. Last time, he let go of the high-level heavenly flame. He thought that he would never be able to capture another high-level heavenly flame in this lifetime. He did not expect that this high-level heavenly flame would come to him on its own accord. No matter what, he would not let it go. High-grade heavenly flame. Xiaoyang, we meet again. Very good. This time, I'll make sure that you won't be able to return. Wu Fa shouted ferociously. He continued, You ascended from the Middle Realm and killed many of our Devil Race's people at the passage. Today, we'll settle the old and new grudges together. The passage's seal was broken by you, which greatly affected my Devil World's plan. You deserve to die 10,000 times. You deserve to die 10,000 times. When he shouted, there was a strong echo that could be heard clearly by all the living beings in the area, especially the humans from the Extreme Yang Sect, Extreme Moon Sect, Supreme Mystery Sect, and Dark Night, Holy Land. When they heard about Xiaoyang and the others' deeds, they were all very excited, and their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. If they did not have other objectives, they would have rushed up to help because they also had deep enmity with the Devil Race. Both sides had accumulated grievances for thousands of years. Devil Dai. Ever since Xiao Hua swallowed the high-level heavenly flame and successfully advanced to a high-level heavenly flame, there were still remnants of the high-level heavenly flame's will, such as the hatred towards Wu Fa. When they were chasing down the high-level heavenly flame, Wu Fa and No Return, these two big shots from the Devil World, had contributed greatly. Therefore, under the situation where Xiao Hua was active and passive, he crazily burned towards Wu Fa. Wu Fa was naturally not easy to bully. Although the high-level heavenly flame could restrain the Devil Race, he also had some means to resist. Moreover, he still had some backup plans, so he was not scared to the point of being helpless. In this way, two almighty beings comparable to King Wu's fifth step fought. From time to time, there would be earth-shattering sounds, and tyrannical air waves would sweep across. The remaining devils quickly rushed toward Xiaoyang and the others to kill. Arctic, Gray Feather, Qi and Guangqi, and the others were not scared. After roaring, they also rushed up ferociously. The two sides fought. Xiaoyang relied on the terrifying battle prowess of King Wu's third-step physical body and King Wu's third-step cultivation to eliminate many devils in a short time. Therefore, he was noticed by King Wu's fourth-step devils. Several of King Wu's fourth-step devils rushed towards him to attack. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all and directly fought with them. Of course, it was difficult to fight with two fists, not to mention that these devils' cultivation levels were higher than his, so he fought and retreated at the same time. He did not fight to the death. Arctic Gray Feather, Qi and Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyan, and the others were only King Wu's second-step cultivation level. It was easy to deal with the devils of King Wu's level and the same realm, and they killed many of them. However, it was very difficult to deal with the devils of King Wu's third step and King Wu's fourth step. This scene fell into the eyes of many human spectators, making their blood boil and their battle intent erupt. Wu Yang clenched his fists and paced back and forth. If it were not for Tai Fei and Tai Fengjue's forceful orders, he would have rushed up to fight with the devils. The Extreme Yang Sect's disciples who were originally in charge of this front were also boiling with battle intent at this moment. They all asked to fight, but Tai Fengjue did not agree. The representatives of the Supreme Profound Sect, Dark Night, Holy Land, Lunar Sect, and the others were also very excited. but at the same time they were slightly worried, because in the current situation, Xiaoyang and the others were at an advantage. Tai Fengyi and Tai Fingjue obviously also noticed this situation. Because the difference between the enemy and their side was too great, Xiaoyang and the others would not be able to hold on for too long. First, Xiaoyang was fighting one against many, so he could only delay for a while. Second, Arctic Grey Feather and the others were not as strong as the devils, and their numbers were also inferior. If this situation continued, they would be defeated sooner or later. On the battlefield, the fighting and killing was very fierce. Qian Guangqi shouted, "If this continues, we will be defeated one by one. Let's form the formation." Arctic Grey Feather, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyin, and the other King Wus nodded. Then they each used a set of cultivation methods that Xiaoyang had taught them, and instantly cooperated to form the formation. After forming the formation, they seemed to have become one. Chapter 13:22. Looking at it with the naked eye, one could clearly see that they had formed a giant that was thousands of meters tall. Old Master Xiao was the head, Arctic Grey Feather and Qian Guangqi were the arms, Lin Shiyin was the heart, and the other King Wu were the legs, and other parts of the body. The giant released a pure white light. The light wasn't blinding, but it was very bright. The huge movement and the bright light attracted the attention of many human spectators. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of the demons on Mount Wui. Roar! The giant let out an angry roar. The sound was so loud that it stirred up dust and dirt. A terrifying aura of a third-order martial king was released from his body as he battled against the crowd. Hiss! What kind of combined attack is this? It's so powerful when they work together. 11 second-order martial kings joining forces to form a third-order martial king's terrifying battle prowess. It's truly terrifying. Tai Fengyi and Tai Fingjue, the two-stage 5 King Wu giants, exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with amazement. Even powerful as they were, they didn't have such a heaven-defying ability and means. They had to admit that they were afraid of Xiaoyang because they believed that this terrifying combined attack was created by Xiaoyang. Wu Yang, LV Ruyang, and the others widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. The disciples of the Xian sect, Taiyin sect, and Dark Knight, Sacred Ground were all stunned. Although they were in the upper realm and had learned a lot, they had never seen such a terrifying combined attack. After a moment of shock, they quickly calmed down. The situation on the battlefield was still not optimistic for Arctic Grey Feather, Qian Guangqi, Xiaoyang, and the others. Even if the formation allowed them to gather the strength of a third-order martial king, there were still plenty of third-order and fourth-order martial king experts on Mount Wui. Xiaoyang was at a disadvantage as he kept the stage for King Wu busy. If it wasn't for his quick wits, he would have been taken down long ago. North Pole Dark Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others were also in a one versus many situation. The situation was not optimistic and was still grim. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar rang out. Then, a void devourer bigger than Mount Wui appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Look! Oh my God! Another magnate has appeared. Damn it! How are we going to fight it? If it was me, I would have run. The disciples of the Xian sect, the Lunar sect, the Dark Knight Holy Land, and the other onlookers all paled when they saw the scene. Their faces were aghast, and their eyes were filled with fear. Wu Yang was even more nervous. His palms were sweating as he became extremely anxious. He didn't want to watch Xiaoyang die here. Xiaoyang had saved his life back at the Firmament Peak and had helped him a lot. He wanted to repay Xiaoyang's kindness. Elder, Peak Master, please help us. Wu Yang couldn't care less about offending his superiors. He quickly ran to Tai Fengyi and Tai Fingjue and begged. Lu Riyang pursed his lips and looked at the battlefield with a determined expression. He was like most of the Solar Sect disciples on the battlefield, waiting for the order. Even Tai Fengyi and Tai Fingjue, the two-stage 5 King Wu magnates, hesitated. Their eyes flashed as they thought that Xiaoyang and the others wouldn't be able to do it. They should give in. After all, up until now, Xiaoyang and the others had shown amazing battle prowess. They were all outstanding, and there was no need to prove anything. Xiaoyang, you stole my high-grade heavenly flame. Today, I will let you die without a burial place. The giant void devourer let out a majestic sound wave as it rushed toward Xiaoyang. At the same time, the void devourer stomped on Xiaoyang. Because of its huge body, 1 foot was 1,000 feet long, and it seemed like it wanted to stomp Xiaoyang into meat paste. Void devourer, you're here too? You've joined forces with the demon world. Very good, colluding with each other. I, Xiaoyang, am not a coward. Xiaoyang roared as he took out an explosion pill and swallowed it. Then, Xiaoyang's cultivation aura changed abruptly. From King Wu Stage 3 to King Wu Stage 4. At the same time, his physical strength also increased to the same level as King Wu Stage 4. What? The several King Wu Stage 4 demons who were besieging Xiaoyang noticed the change in Xiaoyang and exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaoyang's aura alone was enough to intimidate them. Although they were all in the same realm, King Wu Stage 4, there were different levels in the same realm. Die, you guys! I've been acting with you for so long, and I'm tired of it. Xiaoyang roared and immediately displayed the soul-refining art, releasing a majestic divine sense that swept out and hit the sea of consciousness of the demons. At the same time, he took out the immortal sword and displayed the sword realm, releasing endless sharp sword chi to kill them. This series of actions took a long time to describe, but in fact, it was completed in the blink of an eye. Void Devourer, I'll compete with you in leg strength. Take a look at my 7 steps of the barbarian god. As soon as Xiaoyang's words fell, he immediately erupted with supreme origin energy and displayed the powerful 7 steps of the barbarian god. This martial skill allowed him to fight above his level. Previously, when Xiaoyang's cultivation was at King Wu Stage 3, the power of the 7 steps of the barbarian god was at King Wu Stage 4. Now that he was at King Wu Stage 4, he could fully display the power of the 7 steps of the barbarian god to King Wu Stage 5. As Xiaoyang took the 7th step, a terrifying aura was suddenly released. The shocking aura that was comparable to King Wu Stage 5 swept out in all directions. This martial skill was a martial skill that accumulated power. Each step was more powerful than the previous one, and by the 7th step, the power had increased by more than 10 times. This was the reason why Xiaoyang dared to use the power eruption pill to continue the battle with the Void Devourer. Rumble. A loud collision sound was heard. Xiaoyang's 7 steps of the barbarian god collided with the Void Devourer's foot. At the same time, a deafening sound was heard, and a terrifying shockwave was released. The shock wave washed over Mount Wui, flattening several peaks and stirring up smoke and dust more than 10 feet high. Many demons were hit by the shock wave and were directly turned into ashes. Several Stage 4 King Wu Stage 4 demons that were besieging Xiaoyang were the first to bear the brunt of the shock wave and were directly shredded into a cloud of black mist. Wow. Hiss. Xiaoyang's combat power is so terrifying. It's unbelievable. I can't believe it. Many of the spectators were shocked and exclaimed after seeing the scene. Wu Yang and Elviriang also widened their eyes in shock. They thought that Xiaoyang defeating several King Wu Stage 4 demons was already heaven-defying. They didn't expect that Xiaoyang could not only kill them, but also compete with King Wu's Stage 5 Void Devourer. Chapter 1323. His performance was too surprising for the others. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue were amazed. They knew that Xiaoyang's trump card was the high-grade Heavenly Fire, which was comparable to King Wu's 5th Order. Now, it seemed that Xiaoyang's strength was not to be underestimated, comparable to King Wu's 5th Order. Fei, did you see it clearly? What kind of pill did Xiaoyang consume? It actually allowed him to break through in such a short time. Tai Fingjue asked in disbelief. Tai Fei was also shocked, and after thinking for a while, he said, I didn't see it clearly, but we can ask Xiaoyang about it and he should be able to answer. Maybe we can do business with him. Tai Fingjue said, if we also consume this pill and raise our cultivation to King Wu's 6th order, wouldn't that be... The two looked at each other, and they could see the shock and excitement in each other's eyes. Dark Night, Holy Ground, Supreme Mystery Sect, Lunar Sect, and other sects' disciples all looked at Xiaoyang with eagerness. Even if Xiaoyang failed this mission, they would continue to cooperate with Xiaoyang. It could be said that this battle had already made the name of the Northern Lights known. The Devil World's King Wu's 5th Order powerhouse was infuriated when he saw several King Wu's 4th Order powerhouses being killed, and he roared, Void Devourer, are you blind? You even dare to kill this devil's people? We didn't invite you here to be a spy. If he could not get away, he would definitely go and teach this Void Devourer lesson. Void Devourer flew into a rage out of humiliation, and he let out a loud roar, attacking Xiaoyang with a sound wave. Xiaoyang immediately used a defensive martial skill to block the sound wave, and then he soared into the sky, facing off against Void Devourer. With King Wu's 4th Order strength, he dared to challenge Void Devourer. When the humans saw this, they could not help but sigh at Xiaoyang's boldness and courage. If it were them, they would definitely not have such courage. But even so, even though Xiaoyang was already very outstanding and continuously broke everyone's perception, the situation still didn't change. The high-level Skyfire and Lawless were in a stalemate. At this moment, Xiaoyang was in an undefeatable position against the Void Devourer. It was impossible for him to win. Looking at the Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others, the giant they formed continued to release the power of King Wu Stage 3. Although its power was not to be underestimated, there were many demons. There were more than 10 King Wu Stage 2 demons, 3 Stage 3 demons, and 1 Stage 4 demon. They were still at a disadvantage. If this continued, it was very likely that they would be defeated. Wu Yang, Elviriang, and the other spectators could foresee the defeat of Xiaoyang and the others. Fortunately, it was Xiaoyang and the others who were fighting, showing tenacious willpower and tyrannical fighting strength. If it were Wu Yang, Elviriang, and the others, they would have been killed long ago. Old Master Xiao said, Take the eruption pill. Xiaoyang won't be able to hold on for more than an hour. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, and the others immediately took the eruption pill, because they all knew that victory or defeat would be decided in this hour. If they couldn't win, they could only die. As they took the eruption pill, the giant they formed suddenly bloomed with an even brighter light. This light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. They could only squint. The giant's aura suddenly doubled, releasing a terrifying cultivation aura. This cultivation aura rose from King Wu's 3rd Order to King Wu's 4th Order. When King Wu's 4th Order giant rushed out, it instantly wiped out many demons of the 2nd Order and King Wu's 3rd Order. This caused the only King Wu's 4th Order demon to be shocked and panicked. It was still the same saying, even within the same realm, there were different levels. Just as this devil was about to lose his composure, Qian Guangqi and the others suddenly arrived and easily killed him. Subsequently, they relied on their 4th Order martial king strength to clear out the area, finishing off the devils who had lost their ability to fight or were trying to escape. They continued to deal the finishing blow. This huge reversal shocked many of the spectators. Their mouths were wide open, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. They originally thought that Xiaoyang and the others had no chance of winning, but they didn't expect that Xiaoyang and the others could turn the tables time and time again, finally gaining the upper hand. Tai Fei pointed at Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, and the others. His fingers were trembling, and his lips were trembling. He said excitedly, Fengju, did you see that? They can actually break through 2 cultivation realms in a row. This is simply breaking the iron law of the cultivation world, breaking common sense. They are simply a miracle. I saw it. They're actually using the same type of medicinal pill. This medicinal pill is too awesome, Tai Fungjue praised, and his eyes shone brightly. After the northern gray feather, Qian Guangqi, great-grandpa Shao, and the rest of the northern gray feather cleared the area, they immediately flew up to the sky and came to the side of the intermediate heavenly flame. They said, Xiaohua, let us help you. Then they burst out with a powerful joint attack, releasing rays of light to kill Wu Fa. Wu Fa was a fifth-order demon and was originally evenly matched with Little Fire. Now that Qi and Guangqi and the others joined in, he suddenly lost his balance and was beaten passively. The situation was not good, especially when Wu Fa knew that the demons on Mount Wui had been wiped out. He was shocked to the extreme. He couldn't believe the reality in front of him. The situation that was originally good had developed to such a situation. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. If Huang Xiaolong remembered correctly, there were several third and fourth order martial kings among the devils he had left behind. How could they be wiped out in the blink of an eye? If he remembered correctly, Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, and the others were only second-order King Wu. Wu Fa really couldn't accept this reality. Now that he saw this giant release a fourth-order king, Wu attack, he didn't know how to feel. They paid a heavy price to take down Mount Wui, but it was snatched back by the humans just like that. Kiki, I'll make you all die a horrible death. Wu Fa made an unpleasant sound and roared angrily. The high-level heavenly fire crushed forward, and the giant followed. Wu Fa was crushed into a sorry state. He was no match for it at all. In the end, he could only flee miserably. As he retreated, he cursed, Void Swallow, you're simply trash. You can't even take down the third-order King Wu, Xiaoyang. His divine sense swept over and immediately noticed a change in Xiaoyang's cultivation strength. He had actually reached fourth-order King Wu? How was this possible? Wu Fa couldn't believe it. There were too many surprises. Chapter 1324. Void Swallower was angered by Wu Fa's scolding. He shouted, Wu Fa, you saw it yourself. This guy is really difficult to deal with. His strength can't be underestimated. When he used his powerful martial arts, his combat power was comparable to King Wu's fifth tier. How can you blame me? Wu Fa was gloomy and didn't say anything. He also felt that Xiaoyang and the others were too strange. As they fought, they could become infinitely stronger. This was simply cheating. If they continued to fight, they might not win. Didn't they see Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, and the others eyeing covetously? Wu Fa snorted and said with an ugly expression, Let's go. Then he turned and left without caring about Void Swallower. Mount Wui was the first stronghold that the Devil Realm took. They stayed there for less than a month, and now it was taken back by the humans. He was furious. He thought that with Void Swallower in the dark, he could take down as many humans as he wanted. He didn't expect to fall here. Wu Fa had planned to deal with Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue. What a pity. Void Swallower also left unwillingly. He roared, Xiaoyang, high-level Skyfire, just you wait. This is not over. After saying that, he immediately left. Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. His frowning brows relaxed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted in the direction they left, I'll wait for you. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, Lin Shiyin, Old Master Shao, and the others disbanded the combined attack formation and returned to their individual states. They all came to Xiaoyang's side and looked at him worriedly, because in this battle, Xiaoyang was the one who was under the most pressure and also the one who was attacked the most. Fortunately, they won and completed this mission. The first business with the Apollo sect was completed. I'm fine. Are you guys okay? Xiaoyang asked them. Seeing that they were all fine, he breathed a sigh of relief again. Although this mission was very dangerous and difficult to complete, at least he did it in the end. He looked at Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, Wuyang, Elviriang, and the others and yelled, Cultivator Fei, Cultivator Fingjue, the mission is complete. Please accept the rewards. Haha, good, Xiaoyang. You're good. You're all good. Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, Wu Yang, Elviriang, and the others slowly flew towards Wu Yi Mountain and landed in front of Xiaoyang and the others. Then Tai Fei took out a storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyang, saying, "These are the resources we promised you. Take them. We are very satisfied with your answers. I hope we can work together happily." Xiaoyang chuckled and said happily, "That should be the case." Then he casually handed the storage ring to Old Master Xiao and said, "Take the resources you need first. We'll have a lot of cultivation resources later." Old Master Xiao, Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyin, and the other King Wu smiled happily. Tai Fingjue said, "Xiaoyang, we know what you mean. You don't want to join any sect or faction. It's fine. Your way of working together is very good. How about this? Let's talk about another business." As soon as he finished speaking, a representative of the Dark Knight Holy Land immediately stood up and said, "Sorry for the intrusion. I apologize to the two of you. As the saying goes, when it comes to business, first come, first served. Your first business is over, so it's our turn now. Fellow cultivator Xiaoyang, I hope our Dark Knight Holy Land can gain your friendship." The Taishan sect, Taiyin sect, and the other sects also stepped forward and strongly requested to work with Xiaoyang. This time, Xiaoyang's mission was simply too beautiful. He surprised everyone time and time again. His willpower, combat power, and potential were all undoubtedly top-notch. Tai Fei immediately became unhappy. He coldly snorted and said with a cold face, "We're talking. You don't have the right to interrupt. Stand aside first." He directly unleashed the power of King Wu's rank 5 and sent these people far away from Wui Mountain. Then he smiled at Xiaoyang and said, "It's like this, cultivator Xiaoyang. I see that your joint attack formation and those pills are very good. If you can part with them, we're willing to pay the price." Xiaoyang laughed and agreed, "No problem. As for the price, you can talk to Old Master Xiao. He'll make the decision. Great-grandpa, you can discuss the price. Once you've reached an agreement, you can teach them the joint attack formation." Xiaoyang instructed. Old Master Xiao smiled and said, "No problem. Leave this to me." Then he asked for everyone's opinions and asked them to list the resources they needed. Only then did he start the discussion with Tai Fei and Tai Feng. After the discussion about the joint attack formation, Qian Guangqi and Arctic Gray Feather were responsible for teaching the formation. Lin Shiyin was responsible for checking the resources they received. After that, they began to talk about the issue of the explosive pill. Xiaoyang handed this matter to Qian Guangqi and roughly told Qian Guangqi about the issue of the production of the explosive pill. Then, Qian Guangqi had an idea. As for the other business deals, Xiaoyang authorized Arctic Gray Feather to discuss with them and let Arctic Gray Feather negotiate with them. Xiaoyang flew away from Wui Mountain and arrived in front of Wu Yang, Elviriang, and the others. Everyone, the so-called business deals are all about first come, first served. So, we can continue to discuss the next business. Of course, the business we promised before will be completed as soon as possible. Xiaoyang smiled. The representatives of the Dark Knight, Sacred Ground, Taiyin sect, and Xian sect all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Xiaoyang's words. They were worried that all the business would be taken away by the extreme Yang sect. Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang is wise. We need a wise businessman like you. The representatives of the Taiyin sect all smiled and praised. Xiaoyang said, "So far, we've accepted 7 missions and completed 1. Next, we'll go complete the mission of the Dark Knight, Sacred Ground. Of course, we also hope that the Dark Knight, Sacred Ground has prepared the resources we need." The representative of the Dark Knight, Sacred Ground said, "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, don't worry. We've already prepared the resources." "Then I'm relieved. Just wait and see," Xiaoyang promised. A member of the Star sect who had once maintained a wait-and-see attitude became anxious when he saw that it was not his turn to discuss business after a long time. This was because he saw that Xiaoyang seemed to be going to do a mission. The representative of the Star sect could not help but shout loudly, "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, our Star sect also has a big business to discuss with you. We hope that you can give us a chance." Xiaoyang said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist from the Star sect, our Northern Lights has accepted many missions at the moment. It's not good for us to accept another mission at the moment, lest we lose our reputation. How about this? You guys wait for a while longer. We'll talk again when the time comes." Chapter 13:25. The Star sect's representative felt regretful, but there was nothing he could do. After all, their sect was only a second-rate force. They definitely couldn't win against the other forces. However, the good thing was that they left a good impression on Xiaoyang. They believed that it would be much easier to do business with him next time. "North Pole, how's the discussion going?" Xiaoyang asked. Arctic Gray Feather, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyin, Qian Guangqi, and the others walked over with a smile. "It's all done. We've earned a lot this time." They had earned a lot from the first business deal with the Solar Sect. Not to mention, there were also the pills and the formation that followed. The Xiao clan's great-grandpa took out his storage ring and said, "Xiaoyang, we've already gotten what we deserve. The rest is yours." Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony. He took the storage ring and looked at the resources inside. It was really rich. The Solar Sect was really rich. He couldn't help but grin. Qian Guangqi said, "Next, we'll just give them a batch of explosion pills every month. They'll buy them with extremely high resources. Just this long-term business deal alone will put us in an invincible position. We'll be able to gain a foothold in the upper realm." Then he added, "However, the explosion pills are Xiaoyang's business alone. We've also benefited from it. I feel a little embarrassed. How about this? I suggest that Xiaoyang take 90% and we split the remaining 10%. We'll be indebted to Xiaoyang." The others smiled and said, "We don't have any objections. After all, Xiaoyang is an alchemist. We don't know anything." Xiaoyang said, "I've said it before. We'll split the resources equally. I won't take 80%. We'll split it equally. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We should head to the Dark Night Sacred Land. Otherwise, we won't be able to complete the mission in time," Xiaoyang urged. The group quickly set off in the direction of the Dark Night Holy Land. The representative of the Dark Night Holy Land, Yishir-sen, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiaoyang and the others had made their decision. His expression relaxed, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The reason was simple. As long as Xiaoyang and the others were willing to carry out this mission, he would have succeeded. Right now, Xiaoyang, Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyin, and the others were going to the Dark Night Holy Land first. Because this mission was too special and secretive, it was not made public. Therefore, the real mission had not been issued yet. However, Xiaoyang had promised the Dark Night Holy Land that he would cooperate with them for the second mission. Yishir-san stood on the bow of the flying ship and steered the ship himself. With anticipation and hope, he quickly approached the Dark Night Holy Land. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After traveling without stopping, they finally arrived at the headquarters of the Dark Night Holy Land. Yishir-san said excitedly, "Taoist Xiaoyang, we're here. Let's go down." Under the control of Xiaoyang, the flying ship slowly landed. What appeared in front of them was a very grand and majestic mountain gate. This mountain gate was more majestic than the mid-level Jigo sect and Arcturus. Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder and sigh. Yishir-san saw their expressions and smiled slightly. He also felt proud of the Dark Night Holy Land. "Seniors, please come in. I've already informed the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder will do his best to take charge of this matter. Yi Shi-san respectfully invited them. He was also an extremely proud person. Ever since he saw the combat power of Xiaoyang and the others in Wei Mountain, he didn't dare to underestimate them anymore. No matter which world it was, the powerful would always receive more respect. Then I'll have to trouble Taoist Yi to lead the way, Xiaoyang said humbly. The group followed behind Yi Shi-san and entered the Dark Night Holy Land. They went straight to the Elders' Hall. When they passed by the Dark Night Holy Land's martial arts field, many disciples of the Dark Night Holy Land pointed and discussed. I heard that the sect has a difficult task that they haven't found suitable people to carry out. Now that senior brother Yi has brought these people in, could it be that he wants them to carry out the task? I think the sect is also giving orders randomly. We have many capable people in the Dark Night Holy Land. Since when did we need to invite outsiders? They are looking down on us. As soon as these words were said, they immediately received a response from the crowd. Yes, I think the sect's higher-ups must have been bribed. What **t difficult task? They just said it was difficult and didn't announce it publicly. They must have made a deal, secretly. This kind of thing is decided by the sect's higher-ups. We can't interfere. However, we can also test the strength of these people. If these people can't beat us, let's see how the sect has the face to give the task to them. Yes, it should be so. The sect pays attention to seniority. We have nothing to say. However, to deal with these people in front of us, we are just exchanging pointers. I think the sect's higher-ups won't blame us when they know about it. Come, let's go together. The Dark Night Holy Land's task can't be snatched by others. Therefore, many disciples in the martial arts field of the Dark Night Holy Land immediately joined hands and appeared in front of Yi Shi-san, Xiaoyang, and the others blocking their way. Their purpose was very simple. They wanted to defeat Xiaoyang and the others, then snatch the sect's so-called difficult task and carry it out themselves. One should know that there would be rewards after completing the task. The more difficult the task, the more generous the reward would be. If they invited outsiders to carry out this task, it would be looking down on the sect's disciples. As disciples of the Dark Night Holy Land, which one of them wasn't talented and arrogant? Of course, they couldn't bear being looked down on by the sect. Hey, what do you want? Get out of my way. I still have to bring Taoist Xiaoyang and the others to the Elder Hall to see the elder. Yi Shi-san looked at his fellow disciples blocking in front of him, and his expression changed. He couldn't help but scold loudly. If they failed this task, it would be so painful. Now, only the last step was left to complete. Senior brother Yi, if we're not wrong, these outsiders are here to snatch the task. The Dark Night Holy Land nurtured us and should let us shed our blood. Why do we need these outsiders? Senior brother Yi, we also know that you have a task. We're not targeting you, but we don't agree with the sect's arrangement. How about this? As long as these people can withstand one attack from me, I'll make way. If these people are no match for me, I'll see how the sect has the face to give the task to them. Yes, me too. I also want exchange pointers with these foreign Taoists. Shouts and shouts could be heard as pairs of hostile gazes landed on Xiaoyang and the others. Yi Shi-san's face was pale and his expression was ugly. There was anger in his eyes. Chapter 13:26. Although his seniority was higher, he couldn't suppress their momentum because there were more than 100 of them. The law couldn't punish the majority. He couldn't fight 100 of them alone. So he looked at Xiaoyang and said, Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I didn't think this through. I apologize. Let's wait here. I'll inform the Grand Elder to come over. Originally, Yi Shi-san wanted to see the Grand Elder personally to report this matter. Although he couldn't suppress the situation, the Grand Elder could. Now that the sect master wasn't here, the Grand Elder was the true leader of the Dark Night Sacred Land. No one could go against him. But Yi Shi-san was worried that after he left, these indignant junior brothers wouldn't be able to control themselves and fight. Then the situation would be ugly. So, Yi Shi-san made up his mind to stay. As long as he was here, although he couldn't make his junior brothers give way, he could prevent a fight from happening. Xiaoyang said calmly, "It's fine. Just do what you need to do." Yi Shi-san nodded apologetically and took out a communication jade slip. He planned to contact the Grand Elder, Arctic Gray Feather, Qin Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyin, and King Wu had ugly expressions. They felt the hostility and contempt around them. It didn't matter if they were outsiders. They didn't look like they were from the Dark Night Sacred Land. But saying they weren't strong and looking down on them was unbearable. They had just retreated from the Wui Mountain battle line and fought a beautiful battle there. They were in high spirits and were respected by others. But the disciples of the Dark Night Sacred Land didn't put them in their eyes at all. This naturally made them unhappy. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang's silence, they would have fought them. Yi Shi-san wanted to contact the Grand Elder through a communication jade slip. Of course, they didn't dare to stop him. After all, Yi Shi-san was the senior brother. In the Dark Night Sacred Land, seniority was very important. However, they could provoke Xiaoyang and the others. In any case, they did not know Xiaoyang. Now, they were competing for benefits. "Xiaoyang, look at how cowardly you are. Senior brother Yi is protecting you all the time. What qualifications do you have to accept missions from the Dark Night Holy Land? Scram out of the Dark Night Holy Land. Don't embarrass yourself here." "That's right. Get out of here. If you have the guts, let's fight. Otherwise, we won't accept this. Look at you all. You don't even have the courage to fight. We can promise that we won't take your lives. That should be fine, right?" Roars rang out from the mouths of the Dark Night Holy Land cultivators. Their eyes were full of provocation, and their expressions were full of unwillingness. If it wasn't for Yi Shi-san still obstructing them here, they would definitely rush up and fight first. The reason why they were so arrogant was because they didn't know about the war at Mount Wui. Although Yi Shi-san had watched the entire battle unfold, he'd only sent the recording to the sect's higher-ups. The higher-ups hadn't released the news yet, so the disciples of the Dark Night Holy Land didn't know what was going on ahead. If they knew about the ferocity of Xiaoyang and the others, they would have retreated like cowards. Yi Shi-san's expression turned ugly when he saw the roars of his fellow disciples. This put him in an awkward position and put him in a difficult position. He didn't let his fellow disciples clash with Xiaoyang because he wanted to protect them. He didn't want them to lose their dignity and get beaten up. They didn't know about the situation at Mount Wui, but how could Yi Shi-san not know? It was because of this that he did his best to prevent conflict between the two sides. However, his fellow disciples didn't appreciate his kindness at all. They wouldn't be satisfied until they fought. Yi Shi-san wanted to stomp his feet and curse them, but he restrained himself due to his cultivation. "Fellow disciples, listen to me. Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang and the others aren't people you can provoke. Their combat strength is far stronger than you think. Don't make trouble for yourselves. Moreover, they are the people that the First Elder wants to see. If they delay the First Elder's important matter, can you bear the responsibility?" Yi Shi-san shouted helplessly. The disciples of the Dark Night Sacred Land didn't buy it. They snorted and said, "Senior brother Yi, don't protect them. They only know how to hide behind you. What a coward. Senior brother Yi, just get out of the way. We won't hurt them. We'll just let them know the gap between us and make them retreat. Senior brother Yi, if it weren't for you and the Grand Elder protecting these guys, I would have King killed them long ago. If they're really as strong as you say, we're willing to be beaten up. Even if we're accidentally killed, we'll have no regrets." Since they had already said so much, it seemed like they would not rest until one of them was dead. Xiaoyang couldn't stand it anymore. Arctic Gray Feather couldn't stand it anymore. Qin Guangqi, Lin Shiyin, and the others' eyelids twitched. They clenched their fists, and their fighting spirit instantly condensed. Yi Shi-san obviously noticed the situation of Xiaoyang and the others. He knew that this matter couldn't be suppressed anymore because Xiaoyang and the others were too strong for him to stop. Xiaoyang was in high spirits when he fought against the Void Devourer. Also, when he used the high-grade heavenly fire to wash the ground, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to listen to my advice. You're courting death. So be it. Don't beg me later. Yi Shi-san laughed angrily. He didn't care about this matter anymore. He walked to the side and made way. Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, please show mercy. After thinking for a while, he pleaded with Xiaoyang again. No matter what, these disciples of the Dark Night Sacred Land were his fellow disciples. They were from the same sacred land and had been together for decades. There was some affection between them. Senior Brother Yi, you should be begging us to show mercy. Begging them to show mercy? Are you kidding me? How much do you look down on us? That's right, Senior Brother Yi. You're begging the wrong person. Don't worry, no matter what, we'll show mercy and won't hurt them. We're giving you face. After seeing Yi Shi-san step aside and plead for mercy, the disciples of the Dark Night Sacred Land were all happy. Their faces were full of excitement as they stared at Xiaoyang and the others provocatively. Their cultivation was uneven. The weak ones were Wu Zun, while the strong ones were King Wu Stage 2 and King Wu Stage 3. As for King Wu Stage 4, he wouldn't come to the training square to cultivate. Let me go first. If I don't show them my strength, they'll think they're invincible. Arctic Gray Feather, who had always been domineering, was the first to lose his temper. He immediately took 2 steps forward and stared fiercely at them. You're just King Wu Stage 2. I thought you were a powerful figure. TSK, there are many more people here who are stronger than you. Chapter 13:27. A mere Stage 2 King Wu dares to stand out and embarrass yourself? Let me have a taste of your strength. Many disciples of the Dark Night, Holy Land, showed disdainful expressions. One of the disciples who had just broken through to King Wu stood up and threatened to challenge Arctic Gray Feather. Arctic Gray Feather was so angry that he laughed. Although the disciples of the Dark Night, Holy Land, were very arrogant, he, Arctic Gray Feather, was also arrogant. When 2 arrogant people were together, there would inevitably be sparks of friction. It all depended on who was stronger. You, a newcomer who just broke through to King Wu realm? Very good, very good. Arctic Gray Feather was boiling with anger. After a violent roar, he immediately condensed his supreme cultivation, performed a powerful martial technique, and rushed out like lightning. A ray of light suddenly appeared above the crowd and instantly swept toward the King Wu disciple. That guy's expression changed drastically. His expression was horrified, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was flustered. He really didn't expect Arctic Gray Feather's combat strength to be so strong. He thought that even if Arctic Gray Feather and the others had some combat strength, there would definitely be no match for them. After all, almost all the disciples of the Dark Night, Holy Land, could challenge those of a higher level. There were many King Wu disciples who had challenged King Wu Realm too. However, this time they had suffered a setback. Arctic Gray Feather erupted with all his strength as soon as he came up and blasted his opponent away like lightning. That opponent spat out a mouthful of blood and flew thousands of feet away. He didn't even have the strength to fight back or dodge. From this, it could be seen how strong Arctic Gray Feather was. In fact, this was also common sense. After all, Arctic Gray Feather had stayed in King Wu Realm for hundreds of years. He had accumulated a lot of experience and was simply not comparable to others. After he broke through to King Wu Realm too, with the help of an opportunity in the upper realm, his combat strength naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Not to mention the huge gains he had made in the battle against the demons at Mount Wui. It was there that he learned about the terrifying might of King Wu's Third Order and King Wu's Fourth Order. The current Arctic Gray Feather was obviously half a step into the realm of King Wu's Tier 3. Therefore, the average Second Order Martial King was no match for him, not to mention a Martial King who had just advanced to the Martial King realm. This was clearly a case of delivering a head on a platter, wanting to be slapped in the face. Arctic Gray Feather was also a hot-tempered existence, so of course he would choose to fulfill the other party's wish. Who else is next? After Arctic Gray Feather sent that guy flying with a slap, he stared down at the disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, with a dignified aura. Only Yi Shur San smiled bitterly because he knew that Arctic Gray Feather had shown mercy just now. Otherwise, that unlucky junior brother would have been killed. The rest of the disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, did not cower after seeing Arctic Gray Feather's aggressiveness and combat strength. Instead, they were a little angry. A Tier 2 King Wu, disciple of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, stood out and snorted coldly. With a cold face, he stared fiercely at Arctic Gray Feather and said, "How dare you, rogue, cultivator, be so arrogant? Let me teach you a lesson so that you will know that there is always someone better than you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately erupted with a terrifying origin energy and directly took out a powerful magic weapon. It was a terrifying flying sword with threatening sword chi and incomparably sharp sword chi. "Take my sword." A crisp sword sound was heard. Then 100-meter-long sword chi condensed in the air and slashed towards Arctic Gray Feather with a monstrous aura. Arctic Gray Feather snorted lightly. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. He did not even look at the opponent in the eye. He even turned his body and did not put the opponent in his eyes. That Tier 2 King Wu disciple saw Arctic Gray Feather's disdainful attitude and became even more annoyed. When he used the sword chi, he increased his strength. He originally just wanted to let Arctic Gray Feather suffer a little and suppress the momentum of Arctic Gray Feather and the others. However, Arctic Gray Feather's disdainful attitude completely annoyed him and made him unable to accept it. Die. Buzz. The sword chi suddenly became brighter. This was the rhythm of the opponent's full strength. He did not intend to show any mercy. This scene was seen by everyone. Xiao Yang and the others were calm, but Yi Shur Sen and the other disciples of the Dark Knight Holy Land began to look serious because this was beyond their imagination. If they really hurt Arctic Gray Feather and the others, it would be difficult to explain later. But even so, no one came out to stop it because Arctic Gray Feather was really annoying. It was good to be taught a lesson and suffer a little. What can a mere sword chi do to me? Watch me, Arcturus. Arctic Gray Feather snorted coldly and immediately took out an item from his storage ring. It was a door. Under the control of Arctic Gray Feather's cultivation, the door instantly soared into the sky and expanded to 100 meters in size. The door, which was 1,000 feet in size, emitted a boundless, majestic aura. The 3 words North Pole Gate on the door, which were written in a flamboyant style, emitted an unparalleled sharpness. Suppress. The domineering Arctic Gray Feather roared, and the huge door let out a buzzing sound. Then it directly suppressed the opponent. 2 rays of light and 2 Dharma treasures instantly clashed together. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion was heard and the light flickered. A powerful shockwave swept out and swept the surroundings, stirring up smoke and dust on the ground and causing the ground to shake. This terrifying battle formation and this shocking commotion completely shocked the disciples of the Dark Knight Holy Land. The disciple of the Dark Knight Holy Land who performed the sword chi cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was directly sent flying by Arcturus's door. The flying sword in his hand fell to the ground and made a clanging sound. Then it turned into many pieces. Hiss! Terrifying! So powerful? I can't believe it. I've underestimated them. When the disciples of the Dark Knight Holy Land saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Fear appeared on their faces. Their eyeballs rolled, and there was hesitation in their eyes. Arctic Gray Feather waved his hand and took back Arcturus's door. He glanced around and said majestically, "Who else wants to spar or embarrass us?" Many disciples of the Dark Knight Holy Land fell silent. Since no one else wants to come, I'll take my leave. Arctic Gray Feather returned to the team and stood calmly. He restrained his aura and battle intent. At this time, Yi Shi-Sen stood out and gloated. I told you that Xiaoyang, Arctic Gray Feather, and the others are all powerful people. I told you not to provoke them, but you didn't listen. Now you know the consequences. Don't slap your face. Yi Shi-Sen felt resentful and sorrowful. He shouted, All right, get out of the way. Don't delay things. Wait, I'm E19. I'm willing to learn from you. Chapter 13:28. One of the disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, couldn't take the humiliation and stood out. He was a powerful existence in the 3rd level of King Wu. Among all the disciples of the Dark Knight Holy Land, his combat power was enough to be ranked in the top 3. 19 you. Yi Shi-Sen looked at the stubborn 19 and was furious. Why didn't he know the severity of the situation? Forget it. He couldn't be bothered with him. Since you want to be tortured, do as you please. Yi Shi-Sen said with disappointment. Lin Shiyun couldn't take it anymore. She snorted, Leave this guy to me. Although she was a woman, she wasn't easy to bully. She was in the 2nd level of King Wu. Even if she was 1 level lower than 19, she might not lose. Just as Lin Shiyun was about to fight, Xiaoyang refused. He said, Leave 19 to me. You don't have to work. Lin Shiyun didn't force him. Instead, she smiled and said proudly, 19, enjoy it. Xiaoyang's combat power was much stronger than Lin Shiyun's. Even Xiaoyang had personally made a move, so they could only mourn for him. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Even in the same level, there are different levels. I'm not afraid of you. Come out and fight. Seeing the attitude of Lin Shiyun and the others, 19 snorted and provoked them. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and calmly took a few steps forward. He calmly looked at E19 and said, I'll give you 3 moves. Under the premise of being in the same level, giving others 3 moves was simply asking for death. E19 and the others were shocked. Many disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, also opened their eyes wide and looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. They thought in their hearts, Is Xiaoyang retarded? How could he do such a stupid thing? Because in the same level, a slight difference was enough to determine the winner and the loser. Xiaoyang was so arrogant that he gave others 3 moves. It was unprecedented. All right, Xiaoyang, you're arrogant enough. You're even more conceited than me. Let's see if you have the ability to be arrogant. E19 said coldly. He was furious. Following that, he immediately unleashed a sword technique, unleashing King Wu's stage 3 battle prowess, directly attacking Xiaoyang. The corner of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up and his eyes were filled with disdain. He formed a seal with both hands and used the greater teleportation technique. A terrifying teleportation force swept out in an instant, directly teleporting the opponent's sword light 100,000 feet away. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound came from 100,000 zhang away. A terrifying sword beam swept through that place. A huge mountain was directly cut in half. A lot of rubble rolled down from the high ground. Wow! Hiss! What kind of divine ability is this? How could it be so terrifying? You can transfer your attack power? Could he transfer the sword light? It's too scary. These people are really easy to bully. I underestimated them. The upper realm is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Many of the spectating disciples of the Dark Knight Sacred Land were stunned. They all looked at Xiaoyang in shock and disbelief. They were completely convinced of Xiaoyang's terrifying battle prowess. They no longer dared to underestimate him. However, this was only the first move. Xiaoyang looked at E19 and said indifferently, You still have 2 moves. Go ahead and use them. Don't hold back. I just want to ask if you can break my divine ability. This sentence was undoubtedly a psychological blow to the opponent. After all, Xiaoyang's greater teleportation technique was quite powerful. If the opponent couldn't restrain it, then it would be useless to use other divine abilities. If Xiaoyang wanted to, he could completely teleport the opponent 100,000 zhang away. This way, no matter what the opponent did, they wouldn't be able to hurt Xiaoyang. It could be said that Xiaoyang was in an undefeatable position. Thinking back to the Battle of Mount Wui, he dared to challenge the Void Devourer alone. There was no doubt about his battle prowess. Fighting above his level was as normal as eating and drinking. In the same realm, no one was his opponent. Yi 19's expression was very ugly. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and defeat. He had already used all his cultivation just now, but he couldn't beat Xiaoyang at all. Not to mention winning, he couldn't even touch the corner of Xiaoyang's clothes. He knew very well that if he couldn't break Xiaoyang's strange divine ability, then he wouldn't be able to defeat Xiaoyang. Yi 19 also happened to know his own strength. He couldn't restrain himself at all. He didn't even know the theory behind Xiaoyang's divine ability. He stared blankly at Xiaoyang. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "I've lost." "You're strong. I admit defeat. I won't stop you." After a fierce struggle in his heart, Yi 19 took the initiative to step back and make a path. Xiaoyang was neither arrogant nor rash. He calmly cupped his fist and said, "I admit it." He glanced around and said lightly, "Fellow Taoists, is there anyone else who doesn't admit defeat?" Many disciples of the Dark Night, Holy Land, lowered their heads. They were no longer as high-spirited and excited as before. They were like defeated roosters. Xiaoyang said, "Fellow Taoists, why are you so angry? When your sects issue missions, they don't just look at battle prowess. There should be other factors, such as a person's identity, background, and skills. Your sects don't want to give missions to you. It's not that your battle prowess is not enough, but there are other considerations. In short, there must be a deeper meaning. Why take it to heart? Just choose to believe. Goodbye." No one dared to stop them. Yi Shursen glanced at his fellow disciples and said, "Now you know that I'm trying to protect you. I don't want you to be bullied, and I don't want you to lose face. But you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, and you even want to die. I brought fellow Taoist Xiaoyang and others here. Don't you know how powerful they are? You still want me to beg for mercy. Does your face hurt?" After being scolded by Yi 13th, many disciples of the Dark Night, Holy Land, were embarrassed. This feeling of being slapped in the face was too uncomfortable. Before, they were the ones slapping others' faces. Now, they were the ones being slapped. Yi 19 said shamefully, "Thank you for your care, Senior Brother Yi. Fellow Xiaoyang, we're very sorry." After being defeated, they should have the attitude of a loser. It's nothing. Xiaoyang and the others followed behind Yi 13th and walked away. They were going to the Elders' Hall. But before they reached the Elders' Hall, they met the great elder of the Dark Night, Holy Land, Fei Yi. They didn't know who gave him this name. Fei Yi. It sounded very scholarly. "Great elder, he's here." When Yi 13th saw Fei Yi, he hurriedly bowed. After seeing Fei Yi nod, he introduced to Xiaoyang and the others. "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, this is our great elder. You guys talk. I'll take my leave first." Chapter 13:29. Fei Ye's gaze fell on Xiaoyang and the others. He was very clear about the combat strength and information of Xiaoyang and the others. He knew all the details and process of the Battle of Wui Mountain. Not to mention that he had just seen the scene of Xiaoyang and the others making a move. There was no doubt about their strength. "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I have a general understanding of your situation. There are too many people here. Let's go to my secret room. I will explain the mission to you in detail." Great Elder Fei also spoke calmly. Xiaoyang understood the other party's difficulties and nodded. Then he saw Fei Yi use a great magical power and instantly teleported everyone to the secret room. This made Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others widen their eyes and feel a little shocked. At least King Wu's rank 5 magical power was not something they could compare to. Even such a tyrannical big shot could not solve the problem. This mission was a bit tricky to start. Everyone's heart was also heavy. Sit down. After Fei, you brought them to the secret room. He waved his hand and more than 10 seats appeared out of thin air, surrounding a round table. Xiao Yang and the others did not stand on ceremony and sat down calmly. Fei Yi formed a seal with both hands and condensed spiritual energy into a cup out of thin air and placed it in front of Xiao Yang and the others. Then he took out a high-level spiritual leaf and poured it into the cup. After roasting it with his cultivation, the cup was immediately filled with a golden liquid. Arctic Gray Feather, Qi Guangqi, and the others were stunned. They felt that this tea was definitely not ordinary and must be something good. Fei Yi smiled and said, "Please drink." He first picked up the cup and took a sip. The fragrance overflowed. Xiao Yang also raised his cup to drink tea. With his poisonous physique, even if there was poison in the cup, it could not hurt him at all. Instead, it would help his cultivation progress. As for the others, if they were poisoned, Xiao Yang could use his poisonous veins to transform and then save them. Therefore, Xiao Yang didn't need to worry about whether Fei Yi had poisoned him. Besides, the Dark Knight Holy Land still needed their help. There was no reason for them to poison them now. Arctic Gray Feather, Qi Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyin, and the other King Wu sighed in relief when they saw Xiao Yang drinking his tea. They raised their cups and drank their tea. Great Elder Fei also saw this and could not help but show admiration. At the very least, this level of courage and boldness was respectable. All right, all of you are heroes. Since you trust me so much, this elder will not mistreat you. Great Elder Fei also put down his cup and said straightforwardly, "The Dark Knight Holy Land has already prepared the resources you need. As long as you complete the mission, the resources will be given to you immediately." The Great Elder spoke without hesitation. Xiao Yang asked calmly, "Great Elder, you haven't told me your mission yet." The Great Elder said, "No one knows about this mission yet. So, to be safe, I will let one of you know. Then, you are responsible for carrying it out." His gaze fell on Xiao Yang and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, you are probably the leader of the Northern Light Group. Remember, no matter whether you can complete the mission or not, don't leak the news. Otherwise, my Dark Knight Holy Land will not rest until you are dead." Xiao Yang, Arctic Gray Feather, and the others also had a heavy expression. It seemed that this matter was very serious. Xiao Yang said, "Since we are all here, just say it." Fei Yi nodded and took out a jade slip from his storage ring. He controlled the jade slip with his cultivation and sent it to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang reached out and took it, then released his divine sense to read the contents inside. This jade slip had a restriction. If a third party read it, then the jade slip would automatically destroy itself. It seemed that Fei Yi was also very cautious. "Fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, I will leave this matter to you. If you succeed, you will not only get a generous reward, but also the friendship of our Dark Knight Holy Land." Fei Yi said seriously. After Xiao Yang saw the contents of the jade slip, his expression changed slightly, and he looked at Fei Yi in surprise. Seeing Fei Yi nodding in agreement, Xiao Yang became more serious, because it was recorded that the Holy Lord of the Dark Knight Holy Land was captured by the demon realm. This was an earth-shattering event. If it was spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar in the upper realm. It would also cause a huge movement in the demon realm, such as the arrival of a large-scale attack. No wonder the other party was so careful. Xiao Yang immediately realized the importance of this matter. He stood up and cupped his fists. "Great Elder, farewell." Fei Yi also got up to see him off. After Xiao Yang and the others left the Dark Knight Holy Land, they did not immediately go to the scene of the incident. They all boarded the airship. The airship stopped in midair, white clouds drifted by, and a cool breeze blew. Inside the cabin, Arctic Gray Feather, Qi Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others all looked at Xiaoyang silently. They knew that this mission was special, so they did not speak. Fei Yi had already said that whether this mission was completed or not, it must be kept a secret. Xiaoyang naturally knew what they meant and said calmly, "I can't tell you about this mission, and you are not suitable to participate." Huh. Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others all looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. What did this mean? Was he planning to abandon them and do the mission alone? Xiaoyang said, "Although you can't participate in this mission, there are still other things for you to do, such as other teaching missions, treasure hunting missions, escort missions, and so on. You can choose some suitable missions to do. Those difficult missions can wait until I come back." Xiaoyang ordered. Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others did not have any objections. On the contrary, Old Master Xiao and Lin Shiyin were a little worried about Xiaoyang's safety. Xiaoyang said, "You don't have to worry. I've thought about this carefully and I have a plan. If things go wrong, I will also escape. Then take care." Everyone bid farewell to Xiaoyang and watched Xiaoyang leave. Xiaoyang left the airship and said, "I'll leave the airship to you, be careful." After saying this, Xiaoyang's figure quickly disappeared in midair. The Dark Knight Holy Land was in charge of the Western Front. It had been a few days since the Dark Knight Holy Lord was captured, and according to various intelligence and information, the identity of the Dark Knight Holy Lord was not exposed. Even a rank 5 magnate like King Wu could be captured. This made Xiaoyang feel a lot of pressure. Currently, the Dark Knight Holy Lord should be imprisoned in the demon prison on the Western Front. The specific situation was unknown, and it was possible that he had already died. Xiaoyang headed toward the Western Front. That was the border of the flowing cloud world. In the outer realm, the demon race had specially moved a demon mountain to be used as a temporary base. The demon race army and garrison there could not be ignored. Chapter 1330. Xiaoyang's figure was hidden in the clouds and could be vaguely seen. Of course, there was no one around and no one would notice him. As for the demons on the demon mountain, they were all very relaxed at the moment. They were completely unguarded, let alone alert and observe. Xiaoyang felt that these demons were a little abnormal. At the very least, the demons on the Eastern Front were all abnormally ferocious and did not care about their lives when they fought. Their willpower was also stronger and they were tenacious. They were definitely the most stubborn of the stubborn. However, what were these demons doing? They were all slacking and relaxed. They were not nervous or serious at all. It was as if they were a ragtag army. Could this be a trap? Xiaoyang frowned and pondered. If it was only this kind of trashy battle power, it would be impossible to capture the 5th level Martial Grandmaster Holy Lord. That was the leader of the Dark Knight Sacred Ground. There was no doubt about his strength and cultivation. He was definitely one of the top powerhouses in the upper realm. In order to better investigate the situation, Xiaoyang released his divine sense. His divine sense swept out like a tidal wave, instantly covering the entire demon mountain. With the exception of a few places that had magic arrays blocking off his divine sense, he could clearly see the rest of the place. According to what he knew, the demons on the demon mountain were all over. However, their average strength was not high. The strongest was only 3rd level King Wu. The weakest was a 1st and 2nd level demon, like Wu Zun. There were even demons at the Martial Grandmaster and Martial Master level. This was simply inconceivable. If it was only this kind of power, it would be impossible to trap a 5th level Martial Grandmaster, let alone capture him. Was there a hidden story or something? Of course. There might be an ambush in those places that his divine sense could not detect. They might be waiting for Xiaoyang to jump in. This made Xiaoyang even more careful. Strange, this is really strange. Faced with this kind of situation, Xiaoyang could not grasp it and could not make an accurate judgment. He did not want to jump in head first and then foolishly fall into someone else's trap. Faced with this kind of situation, Xiaoyang could only think of another way. Because there were too many unknown factors, he did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, Xiaoyang continued to lurk in the clouds, monitoring the situation on Fiend Mountain 24 hours a day. Fiend Mountain was so lax that there weren't even any patrols. It was as if it was waiting for the enemy to attack, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The more they acted like this, the more Xiaoyang didn't dare to be careless. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, there was almost no change on the Demon Mountain. However, Xiaoyang confirmed an important piece of information. Those were the few important places that only Kiliarchs and above were allowed to enter. The demon race had a large population, and their management system was similar to the military system of the human empires. They adopted the management system of decurions, centurions, Kiliarchs, and captains. After a few days of observation, Xiaoyang had already recognized the Kiliarchs and centurions. However, he still hadn't seen the centurion. Xiaoyang pondered the other party should be hiding in one of the 5 secret places. The reason why it was said to be secret was that the place was isolated by a formation, and even divine sense couldn't detect the situation. It seemed that he had to catch a tongue and search its soul. Xiaoyang made up his mind. According to the situation and pattern observed in the past few days, one of the Kiliarchs would go to the first secret place in 2 minutes. This journey would take about 5 minutes. Xiaoyang didn't dare to be negligent. The plan must be meticulous and comprehensive. Once the other party noticed the wind and grass, it was very likely to alert the enemy, which was very bad for him. Xiaoyang, who was lurking in the clouds, waited quietly. He was not in a hurry, and his expression was calm. His eyes were closed, and only his divine sense stayed on Fiend Mountain, watching the movements of many demons. After all, vision was limited and not as good as divine sense. Sure enough, the Kiliarchs moved out. After he dressed up, he walked out of the tent, then ran the demon chi, used his movement skill, and instantly rose into the air, flying toward the first secret place. If there were no accidents, then he would arrive at the destination in 5 minutes. Xiaoyang wanted this little bit of time and was also waiting for this opportunity. Just as the Kiliarchs rose into the air, Xiaoyang's eyes immediately opened. His eyes flashed, and his hands quickly formed a seal, using the greater teleportation technique. A terrifying teleportation force suddenly erupted, directly affecting the target thousands of feet away. In the next moment, a demon appeared in front of Xiaoyang, and demon chi was everywhere. "Ah, human you!" When the Kiliarchs named Go saw Xiaoyang, they were shocked, and their expression changed greatly, thinking that they had met a powerful figure. In fact, what he met could indeed be called a powerful figure. After all, Xiaoyang's fighting strength was comparable to 2 level 5 King Wu, and was very strong. Demons had always been greedy and cruel, and when they saw humans, they could not help but kill and devour. Even this Kiliarchs was no exception. He had experienced countless battles in his life, and the number of humans he had killed and devoured was uncountable. He was very attached to the taste of human flesh and blood. But this time, the situation was unusual. He was originally flying to the first secret place to report the situation, but in the next moment he mysteriously appeared here. This strange thing frightened him, and he instinctively thought that only a powerful figure could appear and disappear like a ghost, so he was very afraid of Xiaoyang. Even for someone as cruel as him, when he encountered an ultimate powerhouse, when his life was threatened, he would also feel fear and panic. Noisy! Xiaoyang snorted. He had no intention of talking to the other party, and directly suppressed him. With the terrifying level 5 King Wu cultivation, this Kiliarchs were not Xiaoyang's opponent at all. As Xiaoyang clawed down with one hand, a huge claw appeared out of nowhere. This claw seemed to contain supreme power and immediately grasped the Kiliarchs tightly. Because the strength was too great, the Kiliarchs were almost crushed. Human, spare me. I can tell you everything, and I can even sell my life to you as your dog and spy. Don't kill me." The demon did not even have the ability to resist, and he could not even raise the will to fight. Even his struggle seemed so feeble, and he could only beg Xiaoyang for mercy in fear and unease. In order to survive, he was even willing to sell his moral integrity. However, Xiaoyang did not need the other party's verbal information at all. Who knew if the other party's information was true or false? If he purposely revealed a flaw and caused Xiaoyang to fall for it, then the situation would not be good. The demon race did not lack shrewd people. Sacrificing a Kiliarchs to capture another human powerhouse was a very good deal. Xiaoyang did not dare to gamble. Even if he could search the other party's soul, Xiaoyang would not completely trust the other party's memories. Chapter 1331. Because the situation on Demon Mountain was too abnormal. Xiaoyang could only trust himself. Sometimes he couldn't even trust himself. For example, what he saw with his eyes, what he heard with his ears, and what he smelled with his nose. It was very likely that the information he knew was purposely leaked by the enemy. The only thing Xiaoyang could do was to be extra careful. Therefore, Xiaoyang didn't listen to Demon Go's nonsense at all. He directly used the soul-searching technique to read the other party's memories. He browsed through the other party's experiences and everything he saw and heard. Of course, Xiaoyang directly ignored some useless memories and couldn't be bothered to delve into them. His purpose for coming here this time was to confirm the location of the Dark Knight, Holy Lord, and bring him out of here. According to the memories of this 1,000-man commander, the first secret place of Demon Mountain was an office. Every time they came here, they had to report the situation. Xiaoyang immediately hesitated. Should he go or not? If he went, what was the point of reporting? He didn't know what to report at all. But if he didn't go and missed this opportunity, it would be even harder to carry out the plan. There was only one chance. Once this demon Go died, once the Demon Mountain's demons noticed the situation, all the Demon Mountain's demons would be alarmed. Then, Xiaoyang's next move would be difficult to carry out. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Xiaoyang comforted himself. After reading all the memories of this demon Go, he quickly made up his mind to make a trip deep into Demon Mountain. He let go of Demon Go. Because of the soul-searching technique, this demon Go couldn't take any damage and his soul had scattered. As for the remaining body, Xiaoyang directly smashed him into a bloody mist. Then he began to think about how to enter the first secret place of Demon Mountain. The first thing he had to consider was his identity. If he went in as a human, even if there were no hidden sentries, he would definitely arouse their hostility. Looks like I can only pretend to be a demon Go once, Xiaoyang muttered to himself. Then he activated his poison veins and converted all his spiritual power into magic power. As for his temperament and aura, he also changed it. For Xiaoyang, who was the eternal poison venerable in his previous life, he didn't lack demonic arts. Although he wasn't extremely proficient in them, it was enough for him to use. He didn't want to become a devil. He just wanted to use them to deal with it. Thus, after Xiaoyang's transformation, he turned into a fake devil that looked very realistic. Demonic qi enveloped his body, and a baleful aura soared into the sky. Demonic qi flowed through his every movement. Immediately after, he controlled his cultivation to be at King Wu Stage 2, further imitating Go's appearance and aura. In this way, there was not much difference between him and the demon Lord Go who had just fallen. They were at least 70 to 80% similar. After Xiaoyang's torment, 2 minutes had passed. There was not much time left for Xiaoyang. He only had 3 minutes left. If they couldn't reach the first secret location within 3 minutes, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the Demon Mountain's higher-ups. Xiaoyang didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately circulated his magic power and used his movement skill to quickly rush toward the first secret location. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the first secret location. This secret location was in the northeast of the Demon Mountain. The entrance was guarded by 2 devils. Of course, the cultivation of these 2 devils wasn't very strong. They were the kind that could be killed with a casual breath. Xiao Yang was naturally not a bloodthirsty person. He only came here to save people. Although he could easily kill them, Xiao Yang wouldn't kill them unless it was necessary. The reason was very simple. If he killed them here, it would definitely alarm the other devils. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Then, if he didn't kill them, how could he enter this secret location? Xiao Yang couldn't help but start to recall Go's memories. According to his observations over the past few days, Go could enter and exit freely and easily. Sometimes he would even greet them. The degree of familiarity was almost ingrained in his bones. Soon, Xiao Yang had an idea. Although he might not succeed, since he was already here, he had to give it a try. Therefore, he walked forward slowly with steady steps. His expression remained calm. This was Go's signature expression. At the same time, Xiao Yang also released demonic aura. It was neither strong nor weak. It just matched the demonic aura of Go from before. In addition, Xiao Yang's own appearance had changed. He reckoned that he could scare the 2 devils. It was useless to think too much. Many things could only be known after doing it. Xiao Yang walked a few steps and arrived at the sentry post. Then he imitated Go's expression and tone, especially the emphasis and timbre. He greeted, "Hey, Steve, your friend Steven is here? Go, now is not the time to chat. Hurry up and go in." Steve responded, "We'll meet again soon, my friend." Xiao Yang entered the secret location. After entering, it was as if he had entered a small world. The buildings and streets inside were similar to those of humans. The difference was that it was very small, only the size of half a village. There weren't many devils either. They each rested in the houses on both sides of the street. In the middle, there was a slightly gorgeous building with the words, "Office Building," written in the devil language. Presumably, that was the place to go. Xiao Yang walked straight to that place. As he walked on the street, there were light footsteps. Although most of the devils were resting or cultivating in the houses in 2 rows, he occasionally encountered 1 or 2 devils on the street. Xiao Yang didn't know them at all, and they ignored Xiao Yang. They passed by each other. Xiao Yang was worried that his identity would be exposed. It wasn't until they met that he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had passed this hurdle. But before he could take 2 steps, a devil's voice came from behind. "Hey, haven't the humans appeared yet? How's it going outside? Why isn't there any movement at all? We're getting impatient." Xiao Yang tried his best to reply in a casual tone. "What's the hurry? Wait patiently. This is what the higher-ups want." The devil who was talking muttered as he walked away. Xiao Yang heaved a sigh of relief and comforted his heart. Then he walked steadily toward the office building. From the conversation just now, Xiao Yang could at least guess that the devils had set up a trap and were waiting for the humans to jump into it. What these devils didn't expect was that Xiao Yang had already disguised himself as a human and entered this place. Xiao Yang was also glad that he didn't attack forcefully. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the devil's trap. At that time, not only would he not be able to save people, but he would also be killed. Although Xiao Yang defined this mission as saving people, in fact, before he met the Holy Lord of the Dark Night, his definition was unknown. Xiao Yang always felt that this might be the Holy Lord of the Dark Knight's plan. Perhaps the Holy Lord of the Dark Night had his own intentions and goals. Chapter 1332. As he pondered, he walked forward. Soon, Xiao Yang entered the office building. Xiao Yang scanned with his divine sense and immediately observed the situation in the office building. There were also many demons stationed inside with varying levels of cultivation. What troubled Xiao Yang was that there was a restriction and array formation at the door of the captain's courtyard. It was a selection and screening array formation, probably to confirm the identity of the visitor. Xiao Yang was just a fake demon. Even if he acted very realistically, he was still a fake. If he passed through the array formation, he would probably be seen through. If he didn't pass through the array formation and enter the courtyard to meet the captain, he would also be exposed. According to Go's memory, every time he entered here, he would report the current situation to the captain, and it wouldn't take too long. Xiao Yang wanted to crack the array formation. As he was proficient in array formations, it wasn't too difficult for him to crack it. He began to prepare, but at this moment, another Chiliarch walked over from behind him. This captain's rank and position were the same as Go's. Now that Xiao Yang was acting as Go's identity, they were both on the same level. Xiao Yang immediately searched for information about this captain in front of him. Then he smiled and greeted calmly. "Stephen, your friend Steve is very responsible. Every time I come in, he checks me. Is he suspecting me? You have to know that I've killed more humans than you. Let's talk about it. Next time you come in, he won't be so strict. Look at you. When you came in, he must have just said hello. Go, it's good to be careful. Although Steve didn't check me, I will still show everything in front of him and let him ensure that I'm safe. Humans have always been treacherous and cunning. I have to be careful," Stephen said seriously. Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with him. He said respectfully, "Yes. You, Stephen, are very thoughtful. I respect you and will let you go first." After Stephen took 2 steps ahead, Xiao Yang muttered in a very low voice, "Hey, you don't need to be checked." He must have said that. Xiao Yang did this on purpose, so that only Stephen could hear. Stephen frowned and endured for a while. He did not say anything because he knew that Go was like this. If not for the fact that Go did not complain, he might have suspected that Go had changed. Stephen stepped into the courtyard, and he scanned through the formations and restrictions. After confirming that there were no misunderstandings, a wave of light automatically parted to reveal the door within. Xiao Yang was still wondering if he should continue to crack the formation, but he decided to take Stephen away to prevent him from causing a commotion. Just as he was gathering his killing intent, Stephen, who had already walked to the door, turned around and shouted, "Go, hurry up!" "Coming, Stephen." Xiao Yang smiled and hurriedly followed. They quickly passed through the array formation and walked side by side with Stephen. Xiao Yang noticed that after he passed through the array formation area and the restriction area, there were light patterns slowly enveloping the area. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this formation had limitations. Fortunately, there were limitations. Otherwise, if it was exposed here, Xiao Yang might have to run for his life again. "Hurry up, Stephen." Xiao Yang deliberately walked in front arrogantly and then shouted at Stephen. It seemed that he was deliberately taking revenge on Stephen for telling him to hurry up. This was because Go's character was like this. He was calculative, bullied the weak, and feared the strong. He did not care about existences of the same level. Stephen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He also knew that Go was like this. He was too lazy to argue and quickened his pace. Xiao Yang was somewhat proud. At least until now, he had been very successful in acting and had not been seen through. Then he deliberately slowed down his pace. The reason was very simple. It was always safer to let Stephen lead the way. Who knew what accidents would happen? It was also good to have Stephen as a shield. Stephen noticed Xiao Yang's actions and did not say anything. Soon, the 2 Chiliarchs walked to the door of a study. Not all demons were cruel and bloodthirsty demons who did not know how to read and write. In fact, they were not lacking in wisdom and were proficient in all kinds of cultures and languages. For example, the captain of Mount Wui was a cultured devil who liked to read books. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and came in front of this captain. He secretly sized him up a few times, then hurriedly imitated Stephen, bowed and continued to report. The captain just sat calmly on the recliner, quietly reading a book and drinking tea from time to time. As for Stephen's report, he seemed to have turned a deaf ear. In fact, he had heard every single word that had been said. After Stephen finished his report, Xiao Yang immediately reported according to Go's memory. At least until now, Xiao Yang's performance was impeccable. Especially Go's impatient temper, His performance was perfect. After the report, Xiaoyang waited calmly, just like Stephen. However, Stephen had a strange expression on his face as he looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. At the same time, this captain of the demon race also slowly put down the teacup in his hand and began to look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's heart thumped. He did not understand where he gave himself away and why they were acting so strangely. He wanted to make a move quickly, otherwise he would not have a chance. Just as he was about to strike, the major spoke. Go! If the human race doesn't do anything, then that human who called himself a traitor has no value. Kill him, and then attack the upper stream realms with full force. There's no need to wait any longer. Your team of 1,000 will be the vanguard. Xiaoyang was dumbfounded. He thought he had been discovered. He did not expect this turn of events. He only wanted to know if the human the captain was talking about was the Holy Lord of Darkness. After the captain instructed Xiaoyang, he also instructed Stephen. The two of them obeyed and left. After watching them leave, the captain continued to drink tea and read leisurely. Stephen walked side by side with Xiaoyang. As they walked, he said, Go, I really envy you to be the vanguard. This time you can eat and drink to your heart's content again. Now that the demon race was strong, no matter which front they were on, they had shown enough strength and destructive power to shock the human race. The human race knew that it was extremely difficult to win against them. Many times, even when they had the upper hand, they could only maintain a draw. To the demon race, starting a war meant that there would be good meat to eat. Of course they were excited. Xiaoyang smiled cheekily and asked, Stephen, since you're so envious, why don't I give this job to you? Outside the demon mountain, the disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, have set up defenses. Chapter 1333. Although the distance is relatively far, the first bite will definitely break a few teeth. Stephen looked at Xiaoyang in confusion and said, Go! When did you learn to be afraid of death? If you don't mind, we, the second echelon, can charge with you. Of course, the profits will be split equally. I miss the taste of human flesh and blood. It's delicious. Look at my magic power. Stephen revealed his magic power and showed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked and pretended to be surprised and envious, saying, Wow, Stephen, your magic power has improved again. I really envy you. Stephen smiled proudly and raised his head slightly with pride on his face. This was something he was proud of. Whether it was the human race or the demon realm, strength was the supreme law. Stephen said, Go, this is the result of devouring human cultivators. According to my calculations, as long as I devour 5 more King Wu level cultivators, my magic power will break through the current shackles. You will be envious. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, hurriedly flattered him, but secretly he wanted to kill him. Because he was a human. These demons were always thinking about devouring humans to increase their magic power. It was simply unforgivable, heinous, and unforgivable. But now was not a good time to kill. After all, the Tribunus was behind. When he walked out of the array later, the Tribunus would probably still sense it. So the best time to make a move was the moment he entered the courtyard. He was getting closer and closer. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked to the door. Then Xiaoyang slowed down and let Stephen go out first. Stephen did not notice that Xiaoyang had suddenly stopped in his tracks as he stepped into the array formation examination area. The faint light pattern swept across Stephen's body, and after confirming Stephen's identity, it slowly retreated. Only then did Stephen realize that Xiaoyang did not follow, and said in surprise, Go, why are you? He wanted to ask why Xiaoyang did not follow. Xiaoyang chuckled and hurriedly walked up, approached the defenseless Stephen, and then mercilessly killed him. He had destroyed his opponent with a single palm strike. Stephen couldn't believe it and was even more shocked. Unfortunately, he couldn't send out any information or even exclaim. It took Xiaoyang only half a breath's time to deal with him, and the ripples of the array formation around them slowly closed in again. He hurriedly retreated and returned to the courtyard. Then he moved closer to where the captain was. The reason why he was looking for this major was simple. Captain Go and Captain Stephen had limited information and intelligence. To put it simply, they weren't of much use to him. Therefore, in order to better investigate the situation, Xiaoyang had no choice but to look for the captain. Perhaps he could get the information he needed from the captain. The demon captain was sitting on a recliner, leisurely reading a book. From time to time, he would take a sip of fragrant tea. His life was very similar to that of the human race. At the very least, the other demons did not have the leisure and elegance to do so, nor did they have such taste. As the owner of this courtyard, he knew very well whether someone was coming in or going out. Therefore, when the array formation rippled again, he knew that Stephen and Go had left the courtyard. He didn't expect that Xiaoyang, who was pretending to be Go, had not left at all. Instead, he continued to infiltrate this place and even moved closer to him. By the time he discovered Xiaoyang, it was already too late. He was originally relaxed and didn't pay attention to the situation behind him. He also didn't expect Xiaoyang to take the opportunity to return. In the captain's mind, it didn't matter even if the other party took the opportunity to return. After all, they were all demons. For other demon race beings, they were basically reliable and trustworthy. After all, this was the Demon Mountain, one of the battlefields closest to the upper realm. No matter what grudges and conflicts they had in the demon territory, once they were here on the battlefront of the Demon Mountain, they could only temporarily put aside their previous grudges and cooperate, trust each other, and fight together. Moreover, the captain was in a secret place. Even if human powerhouses really attacked, at least the demons on the Demon Mountain outside would be able to resist. Even if they couldn't resist, they would definitely alarm him. With this long time to prepare, he would have enough time to kill the enemy, control the situation, or even protect himself. Not to mention, the array formation and restriction at the door were directly responsible for him. If there was any sound or killing intent, he would definitely know at the first moment. It was these layers of defense and protective measures that allowed the captain to completely relax and immerse himself in reading and drinking tea. He was completely unaware that Xiaoyang, the Grim Reaper's scythe, was approaching his neck. No matter who it was in his position, they would definitely be as relaxed and comfortable. Therefore, when he was suddenly startled by the sound behind him, he was completely dumbfounded. He didn't dare to believe it, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. "Who is it? You Go? You haven't left yet? Is there anything else?" The moment the captain was alerted, he immediately turned his head and saw Xiaoyang playing the role of Go. He couldn't help but be surprised. Then he relaxed and asked calmly. When it came to fellow demons, especially those who were weaker than him, he was very relaxed and didn't need to be on guard. After all, the captain was now Go's superior. Although the demons didn't have a very strong sense of hierarchy, they were still very particular about it. At the very least, subordinates wouldn't casually overstep their authority. Moreover, according to the captain's understanding, Go wasn't very powerful. Even if Go wanted to attack, he would have to weigh the strength of both sides. In any case, the captain was very confident in himself, so he was completely relaxed and didn't have the slightest bit of vigilance. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyang suddenly erupted with the power of a third-tier Kingwu, instantly closing in on the captain. He was so fast that only afterimages could be seen with the naked eye. "You? Go. Are you trying to rebel against your superior?" When the captain saw Xiaoyang's actions, he couldn't help but be shocked. Then he quickly released his mana, wanting to subdue Go and teach him a lesson. After all, the captain's name was just like his name, not just for show. He didn't even think that the Go in front of him was a fake. He also didn't think that the human race had already infiltrated and was right in front of his eyes. Therefore, even if the captain erupted with the power of a fourth-tier Kingwu, he was still taken down by Xiaoyang in a flash. The difference in combat strength between the two sides was too great. Moreover, Xiaoyang had a high-grade heavenly fire. When Xiaoyang attacked, he had already divided a portion of the heavenly fire's flames to cover the entire back garden, preventing the other party from spreading any information and causing a huge commotion. Chapter 1334. Xiaoyang was a man who paid particular attention to efficiency. Therefore, the moment he erupted, he released all his fighting strength and attacked at his peak state. At the same time, he also had the help of the high-grade Skyfire. Even if the opponent was a fourth-order existence comparable to King Wu, he was still no match for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang won because of the sneak attack, because the opponent had let down his guard, and because the opponent had underestimated Xiaoyang's fighting strength. Therefore, under the combined suppression of Xiaoyang and the high-grade Skyfire, the demon captain couldn't resist at all. Relying on King Wu's fourth-order demonic energy, he barely managed to resist for a while, but soon lost. He was no match for Xiaoyang. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoyang's fists and palms landed on the demon captain's body, seriously injuring him. Because both sides had relatively strong bodies, every time their fists and feet collided, there would be a loud bang. It didn't take long for the demon race major to fall to the ground, unable to get up. His entire body seemed to have collapsed without the slightest bit of strength. Even his demonic energy had been exhausted in the fierce confrontation with Xiaoyang. Even if his cultivation was a realm higher than Xiaoyang's, he still wasn't a match for Xiaoyang. The demon captain couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Why did you do this? Why did you offend your superior? Also, when did your fighting strength become so tyrannical? The demon captain had a lot of doubts and kept asking Xiaoyang. Even now, he was at the mercy of others, but he still didn't doubt Xiaoyang's identity. Xiaoyang didn't have the intention to blindly compete with him. He didn't answer a single word, and even ignored the demon captain's grief and indignation. He reached out and grabbed with one hand, and with the eruption of his cultivation power, he directly lifted the demon captain. The cultivation power enveloped the demon captain's body, controlling every inch of his skin, making it impossible for him to move. You're not go. The demon major connected the dots and finally confirmed this matter. He couldn't help but be shocked. His face turned pale as he looked at Xiaoyang in horror, his eyes filled with dread. At the same time, he also wanted to release the news to inform the people outside. However, he couldn't do anything at all because Xiaoyang was too smart. He had already taken precautions against all of the other parties' backup plans. A look of despair appeared on the major's face, and he sighed. Human, you're really strong. You actually managed to disguise yourself as a devil, and you did it so well. The devils outside didn't recognize you, and even I was fooled. I really am an idiot. What a waste of all the books I read. He knew that he was about to die, so he was especially talkative. It could be considered as a sigh before his death. Human, I know that I won't be able to escape from your hands. Can you tell me how you managed to disguise yourself as a demon? The demon chi on your body, your demonic powers, and even your appearance are way too similar. The captain asked in confusion. This was because the demon race and the human race were natural enemies. The two sides were existences that would never rest until one of them was dead. Similarly, for tens of millions of years, the demon race had been unable to disguise themselves as the human race. And similarly, the human race had been unable to disguise themselves as the demon race. This was because the meridians and body structures of the two sides were completely different. However, Xiaoyang was able to do this. He was able to disguise himself as a demon, and even deceive many of his demon race companions. This was simply inconceivable. Xiaoyang remained silent. He didn't have the obligation to reply. To him, the major's role was to provide him with memories and information. Thus, when Xiaoyang took control of the major, he immediately used the soul search technique to quickly read his memories. Faced with this ant-like cannon fodder demon, Xiaoyang didn't even have the mood to speak. The reason why he didn't act when he met with the major with Stephen was because Xiaoyang wasn't confident that he could take down two demons at the same time. Fortunately, his plan had succeeded in the end. It was perfect to defeat them one by one. Human, I've already lost to you. You're also reading my memories. Are you really not going to fulfill my wish? The major asked unwillingly. His face was full of struggle, and his expression was full of grief and indignation. No matter what, he was a major and was a person with real power. He held the power to mobilize tens of thousands of demons. In his opinion, he was a person of status. Even if he died, he should die in a dignified and respectful way. Dying at the hands of a powerful opponent was not a regret. However, Xiaoyang didn't pay attention to him at all. It was as if he didn't exist. This made the major feel deeply humiliated. Xiaoyang used the soul search technique and quickly read the major's memories. He knew most of the situation on the Demon Mountain. It turned out that the Holy Lord of the Dark Night was really captured. The ones who captured him were No Return and the Lesser Void Swallow. Ever since the Lesser Void Swallow decided to cooperate with the demon race, the demon race had invested a huge amount of resources into him. He directly helped him to rise from Kingwu level 4 to Kingwu level 5. In addition, the old demon race magnate was a level 5 Kingwu, level 5 existence. Thus, the two of them worked together and fought for 3 days and 3 nights before finally capturing the Holy Lord of the Dark Night. Currently, the Holy Lord of the Dark Night was in the 3rd secret place. It was a huge cage. Not only were there all kinds of alloy cages to trap him, there were also many restrictions and arrays suppressing him, making it impossible for him to escape. Because the demons knew that the Dark Knight Saint Lord was a powerful figure, they guessed that the Dark Knight Saint Lord was a big shot with status and power. Therefore, Lesser Void Devourer and No Gui decided to set up an ambush, using the Dark Knight Saint Lord as bait to lure more humans to their deaths. One had to say that their plan was perfect. It was the kind of plan that was meticulous and well planned. At least when Xiaoyang observed the Demon Mountain, the demon race's performance was very realistic and perfect. If other humans saw such lazy and powerless demon race, they would have attacked long ago. In this way, the demon race had succeeded. Fortunately, the one who came was Xiaoyang. With Xiaoyang's intelligence and great wisdom, he naturally didn't fall for their trick. He even came up with a way to counter it. He directly disguised himself and killed the 2 Kiliarchs, as well as the captain in front of him. He could even obtain more information from the captain's divine soul. This was even more beneficial to Xiaoyang's next plan. Perhaps he could really save the Holy Lord of the Dark Night. Demon, your value is gone, so I'll send you away. You've killed too many humans. I can't forgive you. After reading the memories he wanted, Xiaoyang said coldly. He then released a high-grade heavenly flame and burned the demon to ashes. At this point, Xiaoyang finally let out a sigh of relief. He retracted the heavenly flame and sat down to drink some tea. He frowned and quickly thought about his next plan of action. Chapter 1335. It had to be said that the first elder of the Dark Night, Sacred Land, did a good job in the face of No Gui and Lesser Void Swallow's bait, because he completely blocked the news and didn't let anyone else know. Thus, he stabilized the situation of the Dark Night Sacred Land and prevented the demons from knowing the true identity of the Dark Night Sacred Land. If the disciples of the Dark Night Sacred Land knew that the Dark Night Sacred Land had been captured, there would definitely be people who didn't understand and would be impulsive. At that time, when the number of disciples who were incited to riot and rebel increased, even the first elder who was rational and calm would find it hard to suppress their momentum of saving and revenge. If the situation couldn't be controlled, it would be equivalent to sending the demons of the Demon Mountain to their deaths. It was the first elder's wise decision that caused the demons of the Demon Mountain to gain nothing. Recently, not only did they not devour any new flesh and blood, but they also consumed a lot of resources, especially when they couldn't figure out the identity of the Dark Night Sacred Land. If the Dark Night Sacred Land said that the Dark Night Sacred Land was an important figure, then there should be a large number of humans coming to rescue him. This would confirm their judgment. However, until now, other than Xiaoyang, who had sneaked in alone, there was no one else. So, No Gui and Lesser Void Swallow also started to suspect whether the Dark Night Sacred Land was an important figure. Because they couldn't figure out the true identity of the Dark Night Sacred Land, They temporarily imprisoned him and didn't kill him. Although it was just imprisonment, it was also very harsh on the Dark Knight Sacred Land. For example, it was easy to use the Dark Knight Sacred Land's spiritual power to cultivate, but demons only needed to devour flesh and blood and human cultivation. This was also one of the values of the Dark Knight Sacred Land. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. For example, cultivators at the level of King Wu and Wu Zun wouldn't be able to survive at all. King Wu was the 5th level Dark Knight Sacred Land. Even Lesser Void Swallow and No Gui, who were at the same level as him, were tempted by the cultivation he released. So, during the time that the Dark Knight Sacred Land was captured, his cultivation had been extracted and kept being devoured by Lesser Void Swallow and No Gui. At the same time, they were waiting for the humans to rescue the unlucky Dark Knight Sacred Land. This way, they and the demons could get fresh flesh and blood. However, up until now, no human had come to attack them. The traps and ambushes they had set up had almost all failed, which made them very unhappy. Therefore, Wu Gui began to ponder if he should kill the Dark Knight Holy Lord. Until now, Dark Knight Holy Lord's cultivation had almost been sucked away, and his realm had dropped. Continuing to use his cultivation to cultivate wouldn't have much effect. Judging from the movements of the human race during this period of time, it was likely that no human race would come to save him. Since that was the case, it was useless to keep the Dark Knight Holy Lord alive. It had to be known that the demon race had come here aggressively with the goal of devouring the flowing cloud realm. Right now, the battle on the other battlefronts was extremely intense. Only their side had not moved at all. Many of the demons were almost unable to suppress their violence. In the 3rd secret place, outside the prison, seeing the change in Wu Gui's expression, the Lesser Void Swallow seemed to have guessed Wu Gui's thoughts. He said lightly, "Taoist Wu Gui, I think you're going to abandon this human." "That's right. This human has very little value. It's not worth wasting our time. For example, I'll swallow him directly, so that you won't think he's useless." Useless meant that it was tasteless to eat, but a pity to abandon. Although the Dark Knight Sacred Land's cultivation realm had dropped by 1 realm and wasn't very useful to them, a mosquito's leg was still meat. Otherwise, the Lesser Void Swallow wouldn't have said that. Wu Gui chuckled and immediately stopped the Lesser Void Swallow. He explained, "Taoist Wu Gui, wait. Although this human isn't very useful, he's not completely useless. We've used him as bait and prepared for a long time. All kinds of arrangements and ambushes have been arranged. If we give up just like that, our previous efforts will be in vain." This was only the reason that Wu Gui gave on the surface. In fact, he had his own selfish motives. For example, he thought that even if he decided to abandon the human, he should swallow him himself. Of course, Wu Gui couldn't say that he was fighting for benefits, so he found a beautiful reason and said it in a dignified manner. The Lesser Voidton smiled faintly and said calmly, "If that's the case, then let's wait a little longer and see if the humans have really fallen into our trap. If they don't come, then the prey is mine." The Lesser Void Swallow had always been thinking about the Dark Knight Sacred Land. He and the Greater Void Swallow were invited by the demon race to help and obtained a huge amount of resources. Of course, he was insatiably greedy. Wu Gui didn't show any emotion. At his level, he could hide his emotions very well. He tried to maintain his generous image and laughed. "Taoist Wu Gui, this will definitely be yours. After all, you've done a lot for the demon race. Don't worry." As for whether this was true or not, only he himself knew. After all, there was a lot of room for manipulation. For example, he could seize the opportunity to interrogate the Dark Knight Sacred Land and then let him escape. Then, Wu Gui would jump out and swallow him. In this way, even the Lesser Void Swallow couldn't say anything. The Lesser Void Swallow couldn't find a flaw in Wu Gui's words. He smiled and said, "That's good. Don't worry. Since I've promised you, I'll do my best to help." "Thank you very much." Wu Gui opened his mouth politely. In the courtyard of the 10,000 men commander, Xiaoyang had been sitting there for 5 minutes. In these 5 minutes, he had thought about a lot of things, made a lot of plans, and then rejected many of them. Because the 10,000 men commander had a lot of information, he knew that the Lesser Void Swallow and Wu Gui were here. These were 2-rank, 5-king Wu beasts. They weren't easy to deal with. And once the battle started, the other demons would definitely be alarmed. Although they couldn't participate in this level of battle, it might not be a good thing to disturb. He didn't know what was going on with the Dark Night Sacred Land. He only knew that the Dark Night Sacred Land was imprisoned in the 3rd secret place, and his cultivation was being extracted by the Lesser Void Swallow and Wu Gui for cultivation. According to this situation, the Dark Night Sacred Land situation wasn't too good. Although there was no threat to his life and there was no physical torture, having his cultivation extracted was simply a huge torture to his body and mind. Not to mention, they were using him as bait to lure more humans to their deaths. Xiaoyang knew that he had to hurry. The more he delayed, the worse the situation would be for the Dark Night Sacred Land. Even he couldn't continue to hide and would be exposed sooner or later, because he had already killed 2 Kiliarchs and 1 10,000 men commander. The situation was very likely to be discovered. Time didn't wait for him. Chapter 1336. After all, Demon Mountain was loose on the outside but tight on the inside. They didn't seem to be on guard, but they were secretly on guard. Xiaoyang's cultivation was only at King Wu's 3rd level. Just now, in order to quickly and effectively subdue King Wu's 4th level major, he directly took an explosive pill and raised his cultivation to King Wu's 4th level. There were still 20 minutes left. Xiaoyang's expression was resolute. His eyes were filled with determination as he slowly stood up and walked out of the courtyard. In these 5 minutes, he understood that no matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. In the end, he had to take action. Many things could only be known after doing it. It was useless to think blindly. He decided to give it a try. Of course, before that, he prepared some pills to recover spiritual energy, as well as a small mental cultivation method to help recover spiritual energy. These were all prepared for the Dark Night, Holy Lord. The reason why he did this was naturally with the idea that one more person meant one more bit of strength. Once again walking to the entrance of the courtyard, looking at the formation and restriction in front of him, Xiaoyang thought for a moment and then started to break it. Although this monitoring and identification formation was only responsible for the major, Xiaoyang couldn't guarantee that this formation wouldn't have a warning function. Once a large warning was issued, it would definitely attract unavoidable trouble. Xiaoyang happened to be a person who was afraid of trouble. If he could solve something smoothly, he definitely wouldn't provoke others. After spending 2 minutes, Xiaoyang relied on his amazing formation skills to easily break the restriction and formation in front of him. Then he calmly walked out of the door. He followed the original path and soon arrived at the secret entrance. Once again, he saw Steve, who was on sentry duty. "What took you so long this time?" Steve, who was standing guard, asked Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang made up a story and said, "Steve, this is confidential. I can't tell you. However, since we are friends, I can tell you some unimportant information, but you can't tell your other companions." Steve hesitated, saying, "That's not very good. Since it's confidential, then forget it." Although he said so verbally, he was very curious. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. See you tomorrow." He intended to turn around and leave. Steve hesitated for a moment. He called out to Xiaoyang and said, "Go, if it's really not important and doesn't affect the overall situation, then tell me." Xiaoyang stopped and slowly turned around. Initially, he did not want this little episode to happen. However, a Chiliarch named Stephen had been killed by him. Coincidentally, that Chiliarch Stephen was friends with Steve, who was standing guard in front of him. Therefore, if Stephen did not come out for too long, Steve would definitely become suspicious. In order to avoid suspicion and exposure, Xiaoyang had to spend some time here. Xiaoyang lowered his voice and whispered, "Steve, remember to keep it a secret. Even if it's Stephen, you can't tell him. After seeing Stephen nod repeatedly, Xiaoyang whispered, "We're about to attack the human race. As for the previous plan, it seems like it has fallen through. I'm going to get to know the human race now. By the way, your friend Stephen is still discussing some plans and details inside, so he'll probably come out later. I'm going to carry out the mission first." Xiaoyang's words were not wrong and did not make anyone suspicious. At the very least, he managed to coax Stephen with his words. Stephen thanked him gratefully and watched Xiaoyang leave. After Xiaoyang walked away, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Finally, the confusion was over. Although their battle prowess was very weak and not a cause for concern, if their numbers increased, it would still be a troublesome matter. After leaving the first secret place, Xiaoyang went straight to the third secret place. As a Chiliarch, Go had not entered the third secret place before. He did not know if he had the authority to enter. Xiaoyang could only give it a try. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the third secret place. There were also people standing guard here. Xiaoyang said, "I'm here to end the hostage. Then I'll be the vanguard to attack the human race." When the guards saw that it was a Chiliarch, they did not stop him or ask any questions. If it was another Chiliarch, they would definitely be questioned and interrogated. The reason why they did not ask Xiaoyang was because Go was special and they all knew him. Now that Xiaoyang's act was very realistic, he could get away with it. Xiaoyang slowly entered the third secret place. After entering, Xiaoyang began to feel nervous and worried. According to the memories in the Chiliarch's soul, there were 2 King Wu level 5 magnates, Lesser Void Swallow, and No Return. Now, Xiaoyang did not have much time left. He only had 15 minutes of the pill's effect. When the pill's effect was over, his cultivation would return to its original cultivation level, King Wu level 3. This cultivation level was too low. It was not even enough to fill the gaps between the enemy's teeth. Xiaoyang had a high-level heavenly fire, but it could only deal with a King Wu level 5 expert. In the end, Xiaoyang had to rely on himself to escape. Xiaoyang blinked. According to the Chiliarch's memories, he quickly went toward the prison. The prison was 100 meters underground. After releasing his divine perception, he could see the huge alloy cage below. He didn't know what material was added to the alloy, but it was indestructible. Xiaoyang thought that even if he attacked with all his strength, he would not be able to open it. He walked all the way underground. After a few minutes, he finally reached the bottom and saw the real location of the prison. He also saw the Dark Knight, Holy Lord, in the prison. The Dark Knight, Holy Lord, was tortured beyond recognition. His face was pale and his cultivation aura was weak. It was as if he had lost a lot of his vitality. He was on the verge of death. His hair was disheveled and he looked miserable. Anyone who looked at him would feel sorry for him. Xiaoyang blinked. He maintained a calm expression and walked slowly toward the prison. At the entrance of the prison, there was a huge void devourer guarding it. Xiaoyang recognized it immediately. It was the void devourer that he had fought on Songming Peak. The difference was that after the void devourer reached King Wu level 5, it knew a more exquisite transformation technique. It turned itself into the size of a puppy and was guarding the Dark Knight, Holy Lord. Although it was guarding, the Void Devourer was constantly extracting the Dark Knight, Holy Lord's cultivation. This was why the Dark Knight, Holy Lord, was getting weaker. "What are you doing here?" The Void Devourer noticed Xiaoyang and asked coldly. As a King Wu level 5 expert, he did not need to smile at anyone. He only needed to show others respect and dignity. Only Wu Gui was worthy of his equal treatment. Chapter 1337. Something doesn't feel right. Stop right there. Void Swallower sniffed and yelled at Xiaoyang. Although Xiaoyang's acting was very realistic, he was still a fake. He might be able to deceive the weaker demons, but he couldn't deceive the Void Swallow. This was because the Void Swallow's way of distinguishing was different from the demons. Moreover, Xiaoyang had fought with the Void Swallow on Songming Peak. Xiaoyang stopped in his tracks, the corner of his mouth curled up as he calmly said, "Esteemed guest, I'm here under orders. Please forgive me. Get lost. I'm in charge here." The lesser void devourer appeared to be very powerful. After roaring, it unleashed its strongest aura, trying to intimidate and crush Xiaoyang. Anyway, for someone as powerful as him, even if he killed a few Kiliarchs, Wu Gui wouldn't do anything to him, other than using the lesser void devourer to intimidate Xiaoyang. It also wanted Xiaoyang to expose himself. His intuition was very strange. He felt that the demon in front of him was familiar, but he couldn't remember. The Void Swallow's intuition had always been very accurate. He wouldn't doubt himself. When he released his powerful aura to intimidate Xiaoyang, his huge eyes were also carefully sizing up Xiaoyang. He wanted to see what was special about Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang was very calm from beginning to end. He didn't panic at all. His calm eyes made the Void Swallow feel a sense of familiarity. Then he continued to think. He quickly remembered that he had seen Xiaoyang before. They were opponents and fought for a long time. He didn't expect to meet him again today. After the lesser void devourer recognized Xiaoyang, it was stunned for a moment. Then it was overjoyed and excited. He gradually became manic and bloodthirsty. He said fiercely, "Human, it's you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. You're not a demon at all. You're just pretending. Human, this time around you're dead for sure. Let's see where else you can run off to. Furthermore, there won't be any other powerful beings here to help you. You're dead for sure. I've always wanted to take revenge. After waiting for so long, I thought that it would be the other humans. I didn't expect that it would be you. This is really surprising. However, this is also good. It saves me the trouble of looking for you everywhere for revenge. Let me tell you, my cultivation base has increased by a level. This time, let's see how you're going to block it." Roar! When the lesser void devourer saw Xiaoyang, it became very excited and its blood boiled. Back at Firmament Peak in the outer world, they had finally managed to cripple the high-grade heavenly flame, but it had been intercepted by Xiaoyang. This was a great humiliation to their void swallowing clan. They had always remembered this grudge and wanted to take back the high-grade heavenly flame. Therefore, the lesser void devourer had been working hard to improve his strength and realm. He even used the cruel demonic arts of the demon race to cultivate using the cultivation of humans. Human, prepare to die. All the hard work that the lesser void devourer had put in was for this moment. Therefore, after he finished his long speech, he roared angrily and unleashed a terrifying sonic attack in an attempt to defeat Xiaoyang. Furthermore, he took a step forward. Don't be fooled by his ordinary steps. In fact, his feet contained a terrifying attack power. One had to know that the Void Devourer's body was half the size of planet. It was impossible to imagine just how powerful his foot was, not to mention that he had already advanced to the 5th Order Martial King realm. To put it bluntly, if Xiaoyang was stepped on, Xiaoyang's physical body would explode into a bloody mist. Xiaoyang naturally did not dare to be careless. He immediately used the soul-refining chant and the traceless dream to protect his soul from being hurt by the sound wave. At the same time, he immediately unleashed his physical strength and dodged his opponent's kick. High-level heavenly fire, come out. Xiaoyang summoned, and the high-level heavenly fire immediately appeared in front of him. With a splash, the high-level heavenly fire immediately released a scorching heat, directly enveloping the lesser void devourer, trying to burn it to ashes. However, the lesser void devourer was not to be trifled with. It continuously released a terrifying power to block the high-level heavenly fire. Both sides were at the same level. Just like that, they clashed. Xiaoyang took advantage of the fact that the high-level heavenly fire was holding back the lesser void devourer to rush to the prison. The first thing he did was to thoroughly study the formations and restrictions around the prison. Then he frantically broke and pulled them out. In the end, there was only a heavy metal alloy door left. Xiaoyang tried to open the door. Even though he had consumed an explosive pill, which allowed him to erupt with the terrifying attack power of a fourth-order martial king. He was still unable to open the heavy metal door made of alloy. Was it all for naught? Xiaoyang was not willing to give up. One must know that if he failed, he might also die here. Because the battle here was too loud, it had already alerted the guards of the second secret place. It had even alerted the ground troops of the entire Demon Mountain. There was even a possibility that No Return was rushing over. Although he did not know where No Return had gone, once he knew about the commotion here, he would definitely not stand by and watch. Therefore, there was not much time left for Xiaoyang. He had to make the best use of his time. Unfortunately, the formation and restriction had already been broken. It was just this damned alloy metal door that was blocking the way. There was no other way. Since brute force and other methods could not open it, he could only use the key. Therefore, Xiaoyang immediately attacked the Lesser Void Devourer. He used the poison art, Thousand Poison Hands. Because the Lesser Void Devourer was very resilient, its vitality was vigorous, and its cultivation was high. Only by using poison could it be hurt. Coincidentally, Xiaoyang was an expert in using poison, so he attacked. Roar! The Lesser Void Devourer was already suffering from the suppression of the high-level heavenly fire. Now that it was attacked from the side by Xiaoyang, it could not help but roar in anger. It then swung its tail, wanting to slap Xiaoyang to death. Xiaoyang's Thousand Poison Hands met it. When the two sides collided, there was a loud bang. A terrifying shockwave swept out, sweeping the surroundings. Xiaoyang, who was originally in midair, staggered back from the slap. The Lesser Void Devourer was not in a good state either. Its tail was shaken a few times, and even its butt was in pain. This was not important. What was important was that after colliding with Xiaoyang, it felt waves of pain coming from its tail. There was even the smell of roasted meat. The Lesser Void Devourer was in great pain. It could not help but shake its tail, trying to disperse the pain. However, no matter how it shook its tail, the pain did not lessen. Looking at it with the naked eye, it could be seen that the tail was emitting black smoke, constantly eroding its tail. Chapter 1338. Seeing this scene, he was immediately scared and panicked. He did not know what kind of divine ability this was. It was so terrifying that the damage could last until now. Of course, he did not know that this was poison. For the Void Devourers, they did not have the concept of poison because their physique was very strong and could be immune to many poisons. Therefore, they had never paid much attention to poison. Originally, this poison was not much of a problem for the Lesser Void Devourer. He could use his cultivation to suppress it and even expel the poison. However, the problem was that he was fighting at this moment. His opponent was not only Xiaoyang, but also a ball of damned high-level heavenly fire. This high-level heavenly fire was not inferior to him in terms of power. The more he saw how powerful the high-level heavenly fire was, the more he hated Xiaoyang, the thief, because this high-level heavenly fire originally belonged to them. The Lesser Void Devourer was very angry. He was sullen and angry when he remembered that the high-level heavenly fire was stolen by Xiaoyang. In his anger, he did not care about the pain and corrosion on his body. After a roar, he fought with the high-level heavenly fire again. He also wanted to kill Xiaoyang. Of course, his thoughts were beautiful, but his actions lacked meaning. At the very least, Xiaoyang would not die so easily. He was like a cockroach that had a tenacious life force. Every time the Void Devouring eye looked like it was about to kill Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang would be able to dodge the dangerous attack in an instant. This happened several times in a row. The Lesser Void Devourer was so angry that he almost went crazy. After 5 or 6 times, he could no longer be bothered to crush Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang could do whatever he wanted. He would just focus on defending himself. After all, with his strong physical body and terrifying cultivation, Xiaoyang would not be able to hurt him easily. As long as they could delay and wait for the demons to react, then Xiaoyang, this trapped beast, would only have one path, death. Not only did the Lesser Void Devourer know this, But Xiaoyang also knew this, so he was very anxious now. There were only a few minutes left before the effects of the explosive pill wore off. Once the effects of the pill wore off, his cultivation realm would drop. At that time, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attack of the Void Swallow, not to mention that there would be devils like No Return behind him. He was racing against time to realize his plan. Lesser Void Devourer, of course I know what you're trying to do. But do you really think you can do anything to me? What a joke. Back then, I was able to snatch away your high-grade heavenly flame. Now I can also humiliate you. Xiaoyang taunted the lesser Void Devourer, and together with the high-grade heaven flames, they attacked and suppressed the lesser Void Devourer with all their might. Originally, the lesser Void Devourer was evenly matched with the high-level heavenly flame. Neither was weaker than the other. However, with the addition of Xiaoyang, the lesser Void Devourer's situation was not optimistic. At the very least, he had suffered many blows, and there were signs of bleeding on his face. As for whether his internal organs were injured, it was unknown. Xiaoyang didn't want to kill him because it was very unrealistic. To kill a fifth-order, powerful existence like King Wu, he had to at least break through to the same realm, or two powerful beings of the same realm working together. Therefore, he only needed to severely injure the lesser Void Devourer and force it to hand over the key to the alloy prison. However, it was obvious that this was a very difficult thing to do. The lesser Void Devourer didn't cooperate at all, even though it had suffered many blows from Xiaoyang and was furious. Xiaoyang said, "Lesser Void Devourer, it's been a few minutes. Don't you know what No Return is thinking? He's waiting for you and me to end up with both of us injured. This way, when he wants to control you, what will you use to resist? I have to say, if I have a lesser Void Devourer as a mount, it'll be very cool." The lesser Void Devourer's movement slowed down a little, and there was a look of contemplation in its eyes. Xiaoyang said, "Why don't you open the prison, and I'll take the burden inside and leave here. When I reach the surface, I'll fight with No Return. When both of us are injured, you can attack again, just like how I intercepted you last time. At that time, whether it's the high-grade heavenly fire, me, the human inside, or even the demon, No Return, they'll all be in your bag. You can become the overlord of the Demon Mountain, and even threaten the demon realm for more resources and benefits." The lesser Void Devourer's eyes flashed, and its fighting movements were not so intense. It had to be said that Xiaoyang's words made sense, and his plan to drive a wedge between them was very successful. Although the lesser Void Devourer had cooperated with the demon race, both sides were not completely united. There were still gaps and barriers. No Return was clear about the lesser Void Devourer's intentions. Similarly, the lesser Void Devourer was also clear about some of the thoughts of No Return. In this day and age, strength was always the most important thing. Only by maintaining full strength could one have the right to speak. Otherwise, one would only be slaughtered by the other party. "All right, human, I'll give you the key and help you open the prison." The lesser Void Devourer had been severely injured 2 more times, and his cultivation had weakened significantly. He immediately made this decision, because so much time had passed since the incident, and there was still no news from No Return and the other demons. It was not a solution for him to continue holding on like this. Who knew if the demon race would just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? The lesser Void Devourer was not stupid. He would never sacrifice himself to help others. He was only working with the demon race for the sake of benefits. Lesser Void Devourer, you've made a wise decision. Don't worry once we reach the surface. Even if I die, I'll drag No Return down with me." Xiaoyang explained calmly. Then he took the key to the prison from the lesser Void Devourer's wide-open mouth. This key was actually a jade talisman. He did not know what material this jade talisman was made of. It was cold to the touch and slightly heavy. After Xiaoyang took the jade talisman, he hurriedly used his movement technique and instantly arrived beside the alloy door. Then he imprinted the jade talisman with the symbol. After putting in the jade talisman, a ray of light was released and swept out. For the sake of caution, Xiao Yang hurriedly cast a defensive light shield to protect himself. At the same time, he was vigilant of his surroundings, his face full of vigilance. Although the lesser void devourer was willing to hand over the key, there was no guarantee that the other party would not have other intentions, such as using him to set off the hidden traps here. Looking at the cautious look on Xiao Yang's face, the lesser void devourer chuckled out, "Human, aren't you being a little too nervous? If I say, I'll let them go, then I'll let them go." Then the lesser void devourer also released a ray of light. The two rays of light made contact, and then the thick alloy door slowly opened. After the door opened, Xiao Yang saw the trapped Holy Lord of the Dark Night locked up by two huge iron chains. Chapter 1339. He didn't know what the chain was made of. After it pierced through Saint Lord Dark Knight's shoulder blade, he couldn't use his spiritual power anymore. It was as if he had become a cripple. As for Lesser Void Swallow and No Return, they had relied on this chain and the formation to continuously absorb Dark Knight, Sacred Lord's cultivation base to increase their cultivation base and strength. Saint Lord Dark Knight now looked very haggard. He was in such a sorry state that people couldn't bear to see him like this. Because he hadn't bathed or changed his clothes for many days, Saint Lord Dark Knight's body was dirty and even emitted a foul smell. Cultivators didn't usually use water to bathe because they had spiritual power. They could directly use a low-level water spell to clean themselves and then use a fire spell to dry themselves. But after Saint Lord Dark Knight was controlled, he couldn't do this at all. It was really rare that he could still keep his life and King Wu's fourth-level cultivation. Of course, although he still had a good cultivation, if he didn't undo the chain, Saint Lord Dark Knight still couldn't use his spiritual power. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should go in and save him. He hesitated because he was worried that there would be other traps and unknown formations in this prison. Xiao Yang didn't want to take the risk, but if he didn't go in, he really couldn't undo the chain. It was really troublesome. Noticing Xiao Yang's hesitation, the Lesser Void Devourer chuckled coldly. "Human, I've already given you the key. I've even opened the formation for you. Why don't you head in and save your fellow tribesmen?" Xiao Yang was even more hesitant. He thought that Lesser Void Swallow must have another purpose for being so cooperative. Otherwise, why would it be so easy to talk to? The more Lesser Void Swallow urged Xiao Yang, the more suspicious Xiao Yang became. Greater teleportation technique. Xiao Yang roared. He formed a seal with his hands and immediately used the powerful, great shifting technique. The shifting power suddenly erupted and instantly affected the Lesser Void Devourer. In the next moment, the Lesser Void Devourer was shifted into a prison. The reason why Xiao Yang did this was because he wanted to explore the Void Devourer so that he wouldn't be tricked. Although his cultivation realm wasn't as high as Lesser Void Swallow, it didn't matter. After all, he didn't have to teleport very far. Under the effect of the explosive pill, this distance was enough. Bang! A loud thud was heard as the Lesser Void Devourer slammed into the wall of the cell, creating a loud thud. The entire prison shook and a lot of dust was shaken off. Even the ground was shaking. The Lesser Void Swallow's weight was indescribable because its body was as big as Tsangming Peak. Although it knew the art of transformation and could shrink itself, its weight was still there. Therefore, even this extremely sturdy prison was unable to withstand the impact of his weight. "Human, F*************, are you crazy? You dare to attack me? Didn't I give you the key? Is of T? Taft being toyed with by Xiao Yang, Lesser Void Swallow roared in anger. His expression was furious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. At least until now, his performance was still considered ethical. He did not cross the line and basically complied with Xiao Yang's request and cooperated with Xiao Yang. But he didn't expect Xiao Yang to play with him like this. He didn't even put him in his eyes. Lesser Void Swallow had dignity. At the very least, he was King Wu's greater void swallow. Xiao Yang awkwardly explained, "Lesser void swallow, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't do it on purpose. I was thinking about how to use this mystique to bring out my comrade. I didn't expect you to be dragged in. I'm not that familiar with this mystique. Please believe me." Of course, this was Xiao Yang's bullshit. Xiao Yang began to cultivate the greater void swallow when he was in the lower realm. Now, he was almost at the greater completion stage. To be able to use King Wu's level 4 cultivation to teleport a level 5 King Wu. How could he say that he wasn't familiar with it? Only a fool would believe such a lie. Although it was just a lie, at least it was an attitude. Lesser Void Swallow looked at Xiao Yang's awkward explanation and listened to this lame lie. It was rare that he didn't get angry. He seemed to have calmed down a lot. He sneered. "Human, I can overlook your mistake just now, but I want to ask you how you're going to take this burden away." Although Lesser Void Swallow wanted to take revenge on Xiao Yang and kill Xiao Yang, it was obvious that he couldn't do it now. So he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he wanted to see his predicament and see his troubled expression. Xiao Yang pursed his lips and frowned. His gaze fell on Holy Lord of Darkness again. Although the door of this prison was opened, the real problem had just begun. The iron chain was the most important lock. Even Xiao Yang didn't have a better idea at the moment. He could only try to use his origin energy to break the chain. After trying several times, he naturally returned without success. Because the iron chain was extremely hard, it wasn't affected at all. If the origin energy was useful, Holy Lord of Darkness would have broken through the iron chain long ago. Lesser Void Swallow didn't say a word. He just watched quietly from the side and sneered. Facing Xiao Yang's failure, he seemed to have found a sense of satisfaction. He gloated. "Human, I advise you not to waste your energy. Let me tell you, this iron chain was made from the 9 heavens' cold sky, and many rare materials were added. For example, the cold iron of the land of 9 Yin and the firestone of the land of 9 Yang. These are all treasures that can't be obtained." Xiao Yang didn't care about Lesser Void Swallow's mockery at all. He continued to use another method to break the iron chain without saying a word. With a thought, he immediately took out an extremely sharp immortal sword from his storage ring. The moment the immortal sword appeared, it emitted a small amount of immortal chi. It was very comfortable to smell it. Lesser Void Swallow's eyes lit up when he sensed it. He furiously wrinkled his nose, wanting to breathe in the gas and smell. After sniffing twice, he couldn't help but ask excitedly, "What kind of treasure sword is this? The gas is so magical." The immortal sword naturally emitted immortal chi. This was a higher level of gas than spirit chi, demon chi, devil chi, and ghost chi. Lesser Void Swallow had never seen it before, so it was normal for him to make a fuss. He looked excited and continued, "Human, why don't we work together? If you give me your sword, I'll help you save your people. How about it? You won't lose out on this deal. You should know that without my help, you have no chance of succeeding. Look at you. Even if you're here, you can't take your people away. Not to mention there are many demons outside, especially that guy No Return. You've seen him before. When he was on Tsangming Peak, his combat strength was one of the best. Now he's even more awesome." Chapter 1340. What the Lesser Void Swallow wanted to express was that if Xiao Yang did not have his help, then Xiao Yang was destined to fail. He wanted to show his usefulness and get the immortal sword in Xiao Yang's hands, because this immortal sword seemed to be very beneficial to the Lesser Void Swallow. Perhaps after devouring it, his cultivation would increase a lot. Anyway, it was already an extravagant hope for the high-grade heavenly fire. Not to mention that the high-grade heavenly fire itself had spiritual intelligence and terrifying combat power that was not weaker than his. Just Xiao Yang alone was not easy to deal with. If he could not get the high-grade heavenly fire, then getting this immortal sword would be a wise move. Xiao Yang could not bear to leave the high-grade heavenly fire, but it was not impossible for him to give up this immortal sword. Therefore, the lesser void swallow set his eyes on the immortal sword. Xiaoyang still ignored the lesser void swallow's bluff. He could not be bothered with him. He controlled the immortal sword to hack at the iron chain. The iron chain released sparks. Then, with a cracking sound, the iron chain that released sparks broke. Xiaoyang couldn't believe what he was seeing. Void Swallow was also in disbelief. Xiaoyang was still thinking about how many times to test it. He did not expect the immortal sword to win at the beginning. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. On the other hand, Void Devourer's face was filled with shock as his eyes widened. He was the clearest about the sturdiness of the chains. To think that it wouldn't even be a match for the immortal sword. One could tell just how strong this immortal sword was. Therefore, the lesser Void Swallow yearned for this immortal sword even more. He wanted to take it for himself. Although he was greedy and irritable, he also had reason. Reason told him that if he tried to snatch it now, he would not be able to get anything out of it. In the end, no return would dominate the field. Therefore, he temporarily suppressed his greed and did not act rashly. Xiaoyang looked at the broken iron chain on the ground. Xiaoyang could not help but laugh. Then he quickly pulled the unconscious Holy Lord of the Dark Night out of the prison. After leaving the prison, Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. This was because he had always been worried that there might be other traps in the prison, so he didn't dare to relax and was always on guard. That was why he had purposely moved the Lesser Void Devourer into the prison. After all, the Lesser Void Devourer was still inside. If it dared to do anything, Xiaoyang and the high-grade Heavenly Fire would definitely be able to kill the Lesser Void Devourer in the narrow space of the prison. The Lesser Void Devourer was thinking about its own life and the greater benefits. It would not act recklessly. Because of this, Xiaoyang succeeded in taking a small step. At the very least, he brought Holy Lord Dark Night out of the prison. It was just that the road ahead would be even more difficult, because at this moment they were still underground. It was likely that many demons had already gathered on the surface. Perhaps that great demon, No Return, was also getting impatient from waiting. These were all terrifying enemies. Their damage was off the charts. Xiaoyang couldn't underestimate them. Xiaoyang blinked. He activated his own cultivation and poured it into Holy Lord Dark Knight's body to help him heal and restore his cultivation. At the same time, he took out the elixirs that he had prepared earlier from his storage ring and stuffed them all into Holy Lord Dark Knight's hands. With Xiaoyang's help, the unconscious Holy Lord Dark Knight slowly woke up. He opened his hazy eyes and saw the Lesser Void Devourer and Xiaoyang in his blurry vision. After he slowly regained his senses, he immediately understood the current situation. Which fellow Taoist are you? You actually risked your life to come and save me. Holy Lord Dark Knight spoke slowly. His voice was very weak, the kind that lacked strength. He was grateful to Xiaoyang from the bottom of his heart. So, he wanted to remember Xiaoyang's name. Xiaoyang grinned and said, "I'm Xiaoyang. When we go back, we still have a lot of time to catch up. Now is not a good time to talk." He tapped the space between Holy Lord Dark Knight's eyebrows and transmitted a small spell to Holy Lord Dark Knight. Holy Lord Dark Knight understood in an instant. Then he activated his spiritual power according to this small spell. With the help of the elixirs and Xiaoyang's full help, his injuries immediately healed by 70% to 80%. At the same time, his almost exhausted cultivation was quickly replenished. There was no spiritual energy around the demon mountain and its surroundings. There was only endless demon chi. In such an environment, it was not suitable for human cultivators to cultivate or stay, let alone cultivate. The Lesser Void Devourer knew this, so he still watched coldly from the side. He wanted to see Xiaoyang and Holy Lord Dark Knight make a fool of themselves. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He didn't want to let No Return take advantage of the situation after both sides were injured. As he watched, his pupils slowly shrank, his mouth opened slightly, and his expression was one of disbelief. Because he saw with his own eyes that Holy Lord Dark Knight's cultivation was recovering rapidly. In less than 10 breaths, he had recovered more than 50%. What kind of strange cultivation technique was this? It could even allow a human to quickly recover their cultivation in such an environment filled with demon qi? The lesser Void Devourer was in awe of Xiaoyang. He knew that Xiaoyang had endless means and trump cards. Fortunately, he didn't fight Xiaoyang to the death. Otherwise, he might have died in Xiaoyang's hands. At the same time, he regretted it. If he had delayed Xiaoyang from the beginning and prevented Xiaoyang from saving people, then joined forces with No Return and the other demons to kill him, perhaps he wouldn't be so afraid. But it was too late. Since he had already sold his goodwill to Xiaoyang, he might as well sell it to the end. Anyway, No Return and the other demons weren't good people. They often had ideas about him. At this moment, the lesser Void Devourer's heart was very complicated. In a short time, the Dark Knight Holy Land had completely recovered with the help of Xiaoyang. Although it hadn't recovered to the peak, at least it had once again stepped into the 5th level of Kingwu. Xiaoyang's heart calmed down a little. He calculated the time. The effect of the explosive pill only lasted for 5 minutes. He had to hurry. Otherwise, once the realm fell from the 4th level of Kingwu to the 3rd level of Kingwu, then the other 4th level demons of Kingwu could restrain Xiaoyang, which was quite unfavorable to Xiaoyang. In the previous exploration with divine sense and several days of observation, Xiaoyang indeed didn't find any 3rd level or 4th level demons of Kingwu, but it was hard to say whether they didn't exist. Perhaps they were hiding in some secret place. It was hard to say. If you're almost recovered, let's go out. There must be countless demons lying in ambush outside. That demon, No Return, must be there too. We have to be careful. Xiaoyang said to Holy Lord of Dark Night, briefly summarizing the situation so that Holy Lord of Dark Night would know something. Holy Lord of Dark Night didn't say anything. She nodded, indicating that she understood. Then she stood up and walked out with a determined face. The lesser Void Devourer followed with a smile and said to Xiaoyang, "Human, remember what you promised." Chapter 1341. Of course. What Xiaoyang had agreed to was to fight with Wu Guei and the other demons after leaving the underground world. It would be best if both sides suffered great losses, or even perished together. Xiaoyang chose to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. This way, he could take advantage of the situation. Xiaoyang was a man of his word. Of course, he would do his best to fulfill his promise. It was also because of his promise that the lesser Void Devourer cooperated and gave out the key. It even helped to open the formation and let Holy Lord of Darkness out. The lesser Void Devourer followed behind Xiaoyang with a smug look. It was secretly imagining the next scene. Just thinking about it made him excited. He felt that this investment was worth it. It was a good deal. Xiaoyang and Holy Lord of Darkness took a few steps forward. Suddenly, they stopped and turned around immediately. They unleashed terrifying martial techniques and attacked the lesser Void Devourer fiercely. At the same time, the high-grade heavenly flame also erupted with terrifying power and engulfed the lesser Void Devourer. This scared the lesser Void Devourer so much that he jumped on the spot. His face was pale and he was terrified. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, human. Xiaoyang, you King, broke your promise. You're a shameless starred. Damn it." The lesser Void Devourer was attacked by 3 powerful opponents. He was unwilling to just sit and wait. Therefore, he immediately unleashed a terrifying power. At the same time, he opened his mouth and let out a roar, releasing terrifying sound waves to attack. Although the lesser Void Devourer was powerful, his cultivation was shocking, and his reaction was fast and agile. He was quickly subdued under the joint attack of Xiaoyang, Holy Lord of Darkness, and the high-grade heavenly flame. The 3 of them attacked in batches. First, the high-grade heavenly flame released endless power and high temperature to crush the lesser Void Devourer. The lesser Void Devourer had to go all out. Otherwise, he would be severely injured by the high-grade heavenly flame. Then, while he was busy dealing with the high-grade heavenly flame and could not be distracted, Holy Lord of Darkness, who had recovered to King Wu level 5, suddenly launched an attack. A terrifying martial technique light swept towards the lesser Void Devourer. The lesser Void Devourer immediately felt uncomfortable. This was an attack from two experts of the same level. It was hard for him to endure. Not to mention, there was still Xiaoyang waiting for an opportunity to make his move. Although Xiaoyang's cultivation had not yet reached the level of King Wu's level 5, under the effects of the explosive pill, his cultivation had reached the level of King Wu's level 4. In addition, his battle prowess was strong enough to allow him to fight above his level. Therefore, he could still cause heavy damage to the lesser Void Devourer. The lesser Void Devourer had no choice but to be on guard. It did not dare to underestimate Xiaoyang. Moreover, Xiaoyang's immortal sword was incomparably sharp. In addition, Xiaoyang was proficient in swordsmanship and could use the sword domain. Dealing with the Void Devourer, who was suppressed to the point of being unable to resist, was an easy matter. Therefore, the lesser Void Devourer was unable to put up any resistance under the attacks and suppression of the rays of light. It was easily captured alive by Holy Lord of Darkness, Xiaoyang, and the high-level heavenly flame. You've been captured, little Void Swallower. Behave yourself if you don't want to suffer. Xiaoyang said coldly. His face was expressionless and his eyes were cold. No one would doubt the authenticity of his words. The lesser Void Devourer was furious. It glared at Xiaoyang and said viciously, "Damned human, Xiaoyang, you promised me. Now you're going back on your word." F***CK. Xiaoyang's lips curled up into a sarcastic smile. He mocked. "Little Void Devourer, if you really get your way, do you think we'll be able to leave here alive? Then what about the thing you promised me? Are you going to go back on your word and break your promise? King really helped you. Otherwise, how could you open the door of the prison cell? I even gave up on your high-level heavenly flame. I don't want it anymore. I just want your immortal sword. I'm not robbing you. I just want to earn it through cooperation. I didn't offend you, did I? Why are you betraying me now?" The more the lesser Void Devourer said, the more he felt wronged. He felt cheated by Xiaoyang. He was so upset that his eyes were wet. Xiaoyang said calmly, "I didn't go back on my word. I promised you that after I leave the underground, I'll go up to the surface and fight with the demons. I'll keep my promise. As for you, I'll let you watch from the sidelines. As for your reaction after the battle is over, that's your business." Hearing Xiaoyang's sophistry explanation, the lesser Void Devourer was so angry that he vomited blood. He really didn't think that Xiaoyang could turn the situation around like this. It was simply infuriating. However, Xiaoyang's words were very righteous and open. There was nothing wrong with them. The difference was that the lesser Void Devourer's cultivation and demonic power were suppressed. Even if he could watch from the sidelines, he would not be able to do anything destructive. It was like putting a piece of fat meat in front of the lesser Void Devourer. However, the lesser Void Devourer could not open his mouth to swallow it. This temptation was undoubtedly very torturous. "Xiaoyang, you bastard. You're despicable. You're shameless. F***CK. Humans are despicable." After the lesser Void Devourer figured out the consequences, he was so angry that his face turned livid. His eyes almost popped out. He was very angry. Xiaoyang sneered. Now that he had captured the lesser Void Devourer, his mood was much better. He said proudly, "Lesser Void Devourer, how am I despicable and shameless? I've done what I promised you. If you continue to wrongly accuse me, then I don't mind being a truly despicable and shameless person. For example, I'll take the opportunity to kill you or control your spirit to make you obedient. Otherwise, I'll feel terrible being wronged." The lesser Void Devourer was so scared that he immediately shut up. He could clearly feel the killing intent from Xiaoyang. At least there was no need to anger Xiaoyang now. This way, he would have a chance to take revenge on Xiaoyang in the future. Because on the surface, Xiaoyang's actions did not violate any morals. Sacred Lord of Dark Night maintained a smile on the side. He felt that Xiaoyang was a wonderful person. Although he had never seen Xiaoyang before and knew that Xiaoyang was not from Dark Night's sacred land, he immediately had a good impression of Xiaoyang after seeing what Xiaoyang did. When he followed Xiaoyang out of the underground, he was worried that Xiaoyang would be pedantic and be killed by morals. He did not expect Xiaoyang to play such a trick. It was simply a surprise and joy. As the Lesser Void Devourer was controlled, Sacred Lord of Dark Night's mood became much better. Originally, there were 2 rank 5 king Wu magnates on the Demon Mountain. This was what Sacred Lord of Dark Night was wary of. Now that one was taken down, the remaining one was much easier to deal with. As for the demon race, they did not have to worry about them. At their level, anyone below the 5th Order Martial King realm was nothing more than an ant. Chapter 1342. On the way out, Xiaoyang's expression was obviously more relaxed than when he came in. When he first came in, he had to face many unknown situations. There were even 2 almighty magnates who were more powerful than him, the Lesser Void Devourer and No Return. Xiaoyang had no solution for such a hellish problem. He only agreed to Dark Night, Sacred Ground's Grand Elder Fei Ye's request, so he could only take the risk. It had to be said that Xiaoyang's luck was quite good. At the very least, everything he had encountered so far had been more daunting than dangerous. He had even managed to capture the Lesser Void Devourer by chance. Although he could not kill the Lesser Void Devourer, the threat it posed to him had basically been eliminated. Xiaoyang was a man of honor. He said he wouldn't kill it, and it even gave him the key to open the formation. After eliminating the Lesser Void Devourer, there was only 1 demon magnate left, No Return. As for the other demons, they might be able to cause some trouble, but overall, it wasn't a big problem. According to Xiaoyang's estimations, they would be able to walk out of the underground cave in about 100 meters and reach the surface. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Void Devourer, it seems like the demons are really planning on abandoning you. Look at you, you've been fighting us down there. You've caused a huge commotion, but the demons didn't even bother with you. I guess they're hoping for you to die early." The Lesser Void Devourer didn't answer. Its face turned gloomy, and its eyes turned cold. Fortunately, it didn't continue to prolong the battle. Otherwise, it would have died from overexertion. And even if Xiaoyang and the others didn't die, they would have been severely injured. In this way, No Return would have taken advantage of it. Just thinking about it made him angry. The Lesser Void Devourer snorted coldly. Xiaoyang continued, "Void Devourer, let's make a bet. Let's see if the demons outside will make a move on you. If they do, why are you still working with them? Didn't you want my immortal sword before? If your relationship is broken, maybe we can work together once. If they don't make a move on you, you can see their attitude clearly. No matter what, you won't lose anything." Sacred Lord of the Dark Night's deep eyes flashed. He looked at Xiaoyang with some surprise and remained silent. At the very least, Xiaoyang's move was quite beautiful, and it was exactly what the Lesser Void Devourer wanted. The Lesser Void Devourer paused for a moment and said, "Human Xiaoyang, I have to say that your plan is a failure. Anyone with eyes can see that you are trying to use me. Even if I'm not human, I can still feel it. So my plan has failed." Xiaoyang clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the Lesser Void Swallow with a faint smile. The Lesser Void Devourer calmly stared at Xiaoyang. "No, you didn't fail. You succeeded. I know you are scheming against me and using me, but I don't mind being used by you. Just as you said, I also want to see the attitude of the demon clan towards me. If they even make a move on me, then they are really unreliable. This way, I will have the chance to earn your immortal sword. You made a wise decision, Lesser Void Devourer. Don't worry, I won't let you die." Xiaoyang said emotionlessly. Then he released the seals on the Lesser Void Devourer to maintain his cultivation at the 3rd level of Kingwu so that he wouldn't be killed instantly. The Lesser Void Devourer relaxed after sensing the changes in its body. It calmed down a little. From Xiaoyang's actions, it completely believed that Xiaoyang was a trustworthy person. If Xiaoyang really wanted to go back on his words, then he could have killed it in the prison. After all, the combined power of advanced heavenly fire, Sacred Lord of the Dark Night, and Xiaoyang was too terrifying. The Lesser Void Devourer couldn't handle it at all, since Xiaoyang didn't plan to kill it and even released a lot of its demonic energy. Xiaoyang's sincerity was obvious. Xiaoyang, you will soon see the attitude of the demon race towards me. Do you want me to break off my relationship with them, or do you want me to work with them as usual? After the Lesser Void Swallow regained some of its confidence, it asked Xiaoyang in a relaxed manner. This was the calm before the storm. Xiaoyang said calmly, I do hope that you can reconcile with them. That way, you won't have the chance to take my immortal sword. My immortal sword has been with me for many years. I got it from an ancient ruin. I really don't want to give it away. The Lesser Void Devourer said with a faint smile, Then I'll have to disappoint you. I'll wait and see. Xiaoyang said emotionlessly. They were only 10 meters away from the exit. Saint Lord Dark Knight was also nervous. As the leader of the Dark Knight Sacred Ground, he naturally knew about the situation on the Demon Mountain. There were many experts on the mountain, and the demons were not to be trifled with, especially the demon magnate Wu Gui. His battle prowess was so strong that even Saint Lord Dark Knight was wary of him. Whether they could leave the Demon Mountain safely or not depended on the next battle. On the ground of the Demon Mountain, at the entrance of the 3rd secret place, there were many soldiers lined up here. Looking around, one could see circles of demon soldiers surrounding the place. Over 10,000 demon soldiers were divided into 10 circles. Each circle was guarded by 1,000 demon soldiers. Among them, the demon magnate Wu Gui and 2 left and right emissaries of the demon race were floating in the void. They calmly looked down at the situation below. They were quite confident in their formation. Even a fly would not be able to fly out of it. Commander Wu Gui, you're really good at strategizing. There really are humans coming to save us. Looks like our bait plan didn't go to waste. We can use it now. Commander Wu Gui, with us here, even if the other party has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to leave this place easily. Wu Gui chuckled with lofty sentiments. Demonic qi rolled around his body, and he was somewhat proud of himself. He said arrogantly, The one coming isn't simple. It's that brat Xiaoyang. I know him. I fought with him on the Tsangming Peak. He even snatched the high-grade heaven flame. Now I can finally take my revenge. The left and right emissaries of the demon race couldn't help but worry. They were wary of the heaven flames, especially the high-grade heaven flame. It was a weapon with a large area of destruction. Wu Gui noticed the thoughts of his 2 subordinates. He smiled and comforted them, Don't worry. Even though the high-grade heaven flame is in Xiaoyang's hands, the Void Swallow isn't someone to be trifled with. Back on the Tsangming Peak, the high-grade heaven flame was defeated by the Void Swallow. Later on, it was snatched by Xiaoyang. The grudge between them is huge. Let's wait for them to fight until both sides are injured. Commander is wise. The left and right emissaries of the demon race praised. Chapter 1343. They also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that someone was suppressing the high-grade heavenly fire. Otherwise, even if they were comparable to King Wu, it would be difficult for them to resist the power of the high-grade heavenly fire. They were afraid that they would be killed by the other party in a single exchange. Suddenly, a figure abruptly shot out from the ground. The pupils of the numerous devils shrank. Among them, the 3 devils in midair had the clearest view. With a single glance, they could tell that it was the Lesser Void Devourer, a partner of the devil race. The left and right envoys of the devil race couldn't help but hesitate asking, "Commander, should we attack?" Just as they were hesitating, several figures rushed up. It was Xiaoyang and Holy Lord of Darkness. "Attack!" With a shout, he waved his hand, ordering the numerous devils to launch a fierce attack. This was an indiscriminate attack. The left and right envoys of the devil race immediately gave the order, waving their command flags. Thus, a black beam of light directly shot toward Xiaoyang and the others. These black beams of light were all condensed from devil chi. They were extremely powerful, and their damage was off the charts. The attack power was extremely tyrannical. The ones who released these black beams of light were the thousands of devils of the first tier. Relying on the support of devil artifacts and arrays, they released an attack power comparable to King Wu's fifth step. This was the result of their joint attack. Therefore, if they hit the lesser void devourer, they would also be injured. When the left and right envoys of the devil race saw their subordinates launch an attack, they immediately said to Commander Wu Gui, "Commander, we request to go to battle." They were also rare experts. If they went to the battlefield, they could effectively suppress Xiaoyang and the others. As for the issue of command, Wu Gui was completely capable of taking up the responsibility alone. Wu Gui narrowed his eyes and released his devil sense. After confirming that it was only one person, he agreed to their request, saying, "And go." Even if Xiaoyang had monstrous battle strength, he could forget about leaving the Devil Mountain today. Wu Gui planned to exhaust them first, then make a move to suppress the situation. After receiving Wu Gui's permission, the left and right envoys of the devil race immediately erupted with terrifying devil chi, instantly rushing towards the western battlefield. If they could take down Xiaoyang this time, then they would have made a great contribution and would definitely be rewarded handsomely. The treasury of the demon race never lacked many good treasures. If they could really get the attention of the commander and be rewarded with 1 or 2 precious treasures, then their fighting strength would increase by several levels. Not to mention that once they captured Xiaoyang, according to the rules of the demon race, Xiaoyang would become their food. At this moment, the cultivation that Xiaoyang revealed was that of King Wu's fourth step, which was the same realm as them. With the two of them and the help of many demons, they were very confident that they could take down Xiaoyang. Moreover, the left and right envoys of the demon race were very clear that Xiaoyang's cultivation was not King Wu's fourth step, but merely King Wu's third step. The reason why Xiaoyang's cultivation realm was so strange was because he had taken the explosive pill. When the left and right envoys of the demon race requested to fight, they already had a rough plan and idea, which was to delay. Even if it was a war of attrition, it would be enough to exhaust Xiaoyang to death here. "Human, this is the Demon Mountain, the territory of our demon race. You dare to come here to court death? Very well. The left and right envoys of the demon race will fulfill your wish." The left and right envoys of the demon race quickly swooped down, roaring angrily. Their chi rose sharply, and the devil chi on their bodies rolled, unhindered in all directions. On the battlefield, Xiaoyang and Holy Lord of Dark Night, who had just walked out of the ground, immediately sensed the many demons lying in ambush and also saw their encirclement. Such a solid encirclement was really troublesome. However, Xiaoyang and Holy Lord of Dark Night did not panic at all, calmly facing the situation in front of them. At their level, they were all people who had already experienced the vicissitudes of life. What kind of big scene had they not seen before? Just a mere battle array in front of them could not scare them at all. At most, it made them feel a little pressure. The first thing they saw was the many demons working together to condense a devil chi light beam, which was extremely powerful and had an explosive power. Xiaoyang and Holy Lord of Dark Night were not ordinary people either. After sneering, they immediately used their movement techniques, easily dodging the devil chi light beam attack. Because this attack was a large area of effect attack, even the lesser void devourer was surrounded when they launched their attack. In other words, the lesser void devourer had also become their target. This made the lesser void devourer furious, and he could not help but roar, releasing a terrifying sound wave attack. Under the sound wave attack, coupled with the explosion of his devil chi, many demons were severely injured, causing their ears to buzz, their minds to go blank, and their minds to suffer a heavy blow. Many of the weaker demons could not withstand such an attack and directly fainted on the ground. The lesser void devourer originally planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits. But man proposes, God disposes. Because he was really, really angry, he could not help but release a sound wave attack. When they were in the underground prison, Wu Gui did not come down to help. He did not even send a single demon soldier down, causing the lesser void devourer to face the attack of Xiaoyang and the high-level heavenly fire alone. In the end, he was even suppressed by Holy Lord of Dark Night. So he had already accumulated a certain degree of anger and resentment in his heart. Now that he came out, he did not get an explanation from the other side, but the indiscriminate attacks of the demons. This completely angered the lesser void devourer, causing him to attack without thinking about anything else. The left and right envoys of the demons had already expected this situation, so when they attacked they had asked Wu Gui. Now that they saw the lesser void devourer attacking the demons, they hesitated for a moment, and even the speed at which they swooped down slowed down. The reason was simple. If the lesser void devourer attacked the demons, it meant that the lesser void devourer would not help to suppress the high-level heavenly fire. If the high-level heavenly fire was not effectively suppressed, then the left and right envoys of the demons would definitely die if they continued to rush down like this. They were still young and did not want to die. At their cultivation level and status, they naturally cherished their lives. They had not enjoyed enough of a good life yet. Commander, the left and right envoys of the demons, who had already rushed down half the distance, helplessly stopped and shouted at Wu Gui, who was in the sky. Because in their original plan, the lesser void devourer would help to suppress the high-level heavenly fire. Now that there was a change in the plan, they naturally did not dare to rush up rashly. They could only wait for Wu Gui's instructions. Wu Gui's face was gloomy, and his eyes coldly looked at the entire scene. His aura instantly locked onto the lesser void devourer below, and he said coldly, "Void devourer, what do you mean by this? Now that the humans are in front of you, instead of attacking them, you are helping the evildoers and humiliating the soldiers of the demons. Are you planning to break off relations with the demons? Don't you think about the resources that the demons have contributed to you?" Chapter 1344. The lesser void devourer snorted and said with hostility, "Wu Gui, you contributed resources just to make use of me. When I was in the underground prison, I made enough noise, but you didn't do anything. You caused me to be besieged by them. If I hadn't negotiated with them, I would have died down there. Even if you didn't cooperate sincerely, I wouldn't have minded. But I clearly came out of the ground, and you clearly saw my real body, but you still attacked me indiscriminately. What do you mean by this? If we're talking about treachery, you're the one who started it, so how can you blame me?" Listening to the lesser void devourer's long speech, Wu Gui was silent for a moment. After a while, he slowly said, "Lesser void devourer, we've cooperated for a long time. We know each other's worth, so I have confidence in your strength. These magic light pillars can't hurt you at all. So, why do you have to take it to heart?" The lesser void devourer sneered and mocked. "Wu Gui, you're really a hypocrite." "Fine, you're a hypocrite, and I'll be a hypocrite too. Wu Gui, you saw it too. I only injured some of the demons and didn't kill them. This is a show of sincerity. If it was in the past, who would dare to bare their fangs at me? Who would dare to kill me? I'd be the first to swallow him." Wu Gui calmly said, "Void devourer, it seems that you're still trustworthy. How about this? You won't attack my demons anymore. How about it?" The lesser void devourer said, "If I don't attack them, am I supposed to watch them attack me?" Wu Gui's face turned gloomy, and he explained, "How about this? No demons will attack you. If they attack you, they deserve to die. How about it?" The lesser void devourer snorted, "Naturally, no problem." The two of them came to an agreement. The lesser void devourer originally had the mentality of a bystander. Now that Wu Gui didn't want to fall out with him, he naturally wouldn't fall out with him. After all, he did get a lot of resources from the demons, and thus improved his cultivation realm. Seeing that the lesser void devourer had compromised, Wu Gui breathed a sigh of relief. If the lesser void world decided to go against the devil race, Wu Gui would probably vomit blood. After all, the demon race had put in a lot of effort for the lesser void devourer to reach its current level of cultivation. They didn't want to raise an ingrate. Moreover, Xiaoyang and the high-level heavenly fire were already extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention the Dark Knight, Holy Lord. If the lesser void devourer was added, then the only option left for no return was to escape. Now that the lesser void devourer had chosen to watch from the sidelines, Wu Gui felt that he still had the strength to fight. Therefore, he ordered left and right envoys of the demon clan, leave the high-level heaven flame to me. You guys are in charge of restraining that captive. That captive has been severely injured and weakened. He can't even use 80% of his strength. The rest of the demon soldiers, attack this human with all your might. Once you win, your contributions will be doubled and your rewards will be doubled. Understood. Understood. The left and right messengers of the demon clan. Many demon clansmen cooperated with him proactively after hearing his order. Greed and bloodthirstiness appeared in their eyes. Therefore, they unleashed their full power again and attacked Xiaoyang and the others nonstop. Xiaoyang watched the changes on the battlefield calmly. He had already expected this to happen. He glanced at Saint Lord of Dark Night and said, "It's up to you whether we can escape or not." After saying this, the effect of Xiaoyang's explosive elixir had just passed. Therefore, his cultivation immediately dropped by 1 level, from Kingwu level 4 to Kingwu level 3. This was his true cultivation realm. Originally, the Dark Knight Holy Lord was still full of confidence. He was confident that he could try and escape. But after seeing the change in Xiaoyang's cultivation aura, he was immediately stunned. Then he understood the meaning of Xiaoyang's words. His expression instantly turned grave and his heart sank. He suddenly understood that the reason why Xiaoyang could explode with such a strong fighting strength before was definitely because he had used some secret method or swallowed some elixir to forcibly increase his cultivation. Now that the effect had passed, his cultivation had also dropped. The Dark Knight, Holy Lord, knew that whether he could break out of this situation depended on himself. He nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, Xiaoyang. I won't let you down." Therefore, he once again unleashed his origin energy. After easily dodging the 2 demon chi light pillars, he rushed toward the 2 demon clan left and right messengers like lightning. His cultivation strength had already recovered to Kingwu level 5. Although he couldn't display his peak strength, it should be easy for him to deal with the 2 demon clan left and right messengers of Kingwu level 4. Little Fire, you go deal with that demon no Gui. After watching the Dark Knight, Holy Lord fight, Xiaoyang also called the Advanced Heavenly Fire. The Advanced Heavenly Fire didn't hesitate at all. It suddenly rose into the sky and released a shocking flame that seemed to be able to burn even the clouds. A huge sea of fire stretched across the void and directly swept toward Demon no Gui. It easily enveloped the Dark Knight, Holy Lord in it. 2 opponents of the same level fought together. Come on, demons, the feast begins. Seeing that the battle had already begun, Xiaoyang didn't want to delay any longer. He yelled at the many demons, then released a tyrannical martial skill, condensing rays of martial skill light, and launched a fierce attack. Boom! 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 Huge explosions sounded. Every time an explosion sounded, the demon mountain would also shake. At the same time, some demons would let out miserable cries. Xiaoyang's cultivation had already recovered to 3rd level Martial King. Even without the effects of the explosive pill, his combat strength and attack power were not to be underestimated. Many of those demons were at King Wu level 3. They immediately rose into the sky and directly charged at Xiaoyang. As for the other demons, they condensed demon chi light pillars again and again, constantly harassing and suppressing Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was struggling to deal with them. Although he was in an invincible position for a while, it was impossible for him to turn defeat into victory. This was the reason why he pinned his hopes on the Dark Knight, Holy Lord. One must know that in order to help the Dark Knight, Holy Lord, out of trouble and to quickly recover his cultivation, Xiaoyang had paid a lot of good things. First, it was the precious elixir. Second, it was the rare secret technique. Finally, it was naturally Xiaoyang who had consumed a lot of cultivation power on him. Otherwise, with Xiaoyang's strong physique, the effect of the explosive elixir could last for 10 minutes. The battle on the Demon Mountain was in a complete stalemate. Demon No Gui and the advanced heavenly fire were equally matched. Many demons couldn't defeat Xiaoyang. The Dark Knight, Holy Lord, only had the upper hand at this time. It would take some time before he could defeat the two left and right envoys.